And here we are, Lady Canterbury night, where the stakes racing later, like Kevin said, is going to be good. The Lady Canterbury, it's racetrack immortality as we go here, Downs End Park, right?
It is. And, last year we didn't get to race in the turf, so it was a three-horse field. But one thing you can bank on with the Lady Canterbury is good field size, and more often than not, you get an upset. And I've got an upsetter in this year's edition. I think the race is really fun to handicap. And it's a lot like the other stakes races where I don't see any really odds-on favorites all night tonight. I really think the pick fours and pick fives, and by the way, do know we have multiple pick fives tonight, which is rare. We normally have one. We've got a couple tonight. These are the bets you want to dive into, fans.
Nation low takeout of 10% on those pick fives. So the money, the hundreds, if not thousands, comes back to you, the player. And in closing, before we start handicapping, Kevin mentioned that we've added a day, Wednesday, July 2nd. So Wednesday we'll be racing at 5 o'clock. Now tomorrow, Basset Hounds run, and we have 7 races. There's some cool festivities on and off the track. But for the hardcore crowd, those watching abroad or here at Canterbury, those who handicap and play pick 3s, 4s, and 5s and make big win bets. And Kevin's handicapped it, I haven't. I just looked at the volume of the fields and did look at a couple of races. Racing here at Canterbury Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday next week. Holy cow. I mean, there's gold in them our hills, right?
Some big payoffs. Thursday and Friday specifically came up fantastic. So if you're going to have a holiday week ahead where you're off of work and you're not going to the cabin, this is the place to be. And specifically Friday's card, I just got done handicapping this morning. I spent 2 days on it. It is spectacular.
Yeah, and again, if you're not leaving town, Thursday, July 3rd, we start at 4 o'clock, and we have our annual fireworks extravaganza. I think we pump 25, 30, 35 grand into those fireworks, and they go for about 25 to 30 minutes.
Town, right?
Yeah, it's as good as you're going to see. So make plans to join us that day if you are so inclined. Finally, from a handicapping standpoint, race number 1's on a fast main track. Race number 2's on a good turf course. This turf course has provided unpredictability all season. So even if you're not handicapping and you're just playing trifectas, top 3 finishers, superfectas for a dime, top 4 finishers, make sure you do those on the turf. They've been paying thousands of dollars. And what's interesting here, Kevin, is that we in essence are restarting the season with the turf course, because you can manufacture the dirt and it dries faster than the grass does. And this is the first time we've run on the turf and or a series of races in quite some time. So I'm curious to see how this thing plays,
Well, there's moisture in the turf. We know in the last week we've had almost 6 inches of rain. So the one thing I'm going to tell you is this. At Canterbury, we have an awful lot of horses, whether it's dirt or turf, that shipped in from Arizona. And if you look at their turf course and look at what we're doing right now, these Arizona turf horses have big numbers. And we'll see how Kennebec runs today. Kennebec is a really nice horse. This is a different turf course than he's seen at Turf Paradise. I'll promise you that. Keep an eye on that trend. And again, because we're local, and in a card like tonight, you've got people betting around the country on our races, you'll have a little hidden advantage if you can get in tune with how that turf is playing. It's going to be a deeper, heavier course with some moisture.
We really are happy that you've made part of your Saturday, Canterbury Park. And what we do here with today at the races is we'll talk about each race. We'll talk about specifically 1, 2, and 3, who we like. And if we're making a win bet, we're singling somebody in a pick 4 or 5, we'll let you know. We begin with race 1. It's a fast main track. And scratch number 5, Schmooze. I'm on number 1, Handsome Harry, trying to win 3 in a row. And speaking of Harry, KG is going to give you Harry as in Hernandez with Prince Rama.
Yeah, the scratch didn't help my choice. I mean, Schmooze is one of the pace horses here that I thought could pressure the likely favorite, Handsome Harry. I still get some help from the 6, Tomatodo, who should be up there and be a part of it. But the one's the horse to beat. I do think Prince Rama gets a really nice trip from a couple lengths off the pace. He's going to get first run. The problem's going to be if Harry gets loose and puts away that 6, who probably can't stay in it as long as Handsome Harry, and he gets to the far turn and he's 4 up. We're all in trouble. So Harry is going to be a tough horse to get around. For me, a must use on your pick 4 tickets, but I do think this 4 horse is going to come with a run, sitting on a good one. I go 4, 1, and 2.
What do you do with number 7, Catholic Guilt, looking to win 3 in a row?
Well, to me, Catholic Guilt, again, is another one of those horses that's going to be forced to maybe make a move early in this race. And if Handsome Harry brings his A game, not sure that he's good enough to beat Handsome Harry. If Handsome Harry doesn't fire his A game, though, Catholic Guild's going to be right outside that 6, poised to pounce, and he's not going to get bet. They're not going to bet Troy Bethke. They don't bet Troy. So you're going to get 4, 5, 6 to 1 on a horse and on paper has the figures to contend with anybody in this field.
And with race 1 for me, I pick it 1, 2, 4. I'm not betting Handsome Harry. See you, Moosey. But Handsome Harry for me was the right one to take. Now a key here, and this is a little inside the weeds with horse racing. Handsome Harry has been racing in these claiming races where you can take him for $7,500, like Mount Zeror, who I took second. This one comes out of optional claiming races or either races that are worth more money. Likewise for Prince Rama, who has not been available for claim and isn't today for quite some time. So this is a class ascension for Handsome Harry. He's fast, and Fausto da Silva and leading trainer Jose Silva Jr. I think they're clicking like 30% of the time, so I'll take my chances. 1, 2, 4 in race number 1. Now we get to that turf course where, once again, it's listed as good. It is drying out. No scratches, no rider changes. From High Ransom to Supreme Leader. Now, granted, you and I took Papa's Nico Boy, who was going to be favored, but probably just around 2, 2.5 to 1. Not a giant favorite, but pretty significantly favored. Still, you just look, our turf course and how it's played this year. Even if Papa's Nico Boy finishes first or second, there are going to be big prices. It's just a matter of how we get to them, right?
Yeah, and I just don't see an awful lot of speed in here to really infringe our horse's trip. I mean, the one horse, High Ransom's got a touch of speed, hasn't raced since February, so I'm not sure what Kelsey and High Ransom are going to do, but if they don't go, the 9 is going to be lonely on the front end. So this is one of those races where I'm going to watch the price. And if the price is the morning line 5 to 2, which I think it'll be close to that, then it's just a strict $50 win bet. If this price gets lower into that 8 or 9 to 5 range, then to me it's a 50-cent trifecta. 9 with all, because some of the logical horses are going to have to move into that pace early, and now some of those big price clompers can clomp in late at big numbers, and all of a sudden you turn a 2 to 1 shot into a 6 to 1 shot. So I like the 9 a lot here. I'm either going to make a win bet or a trifecta wheel bet. I go 9, 3, 11. It's one of my stronger opinions on the card.
Yeah, and I'm going 9, 11, 3. So maybe the exacta box here is 3, 9, 11, and hopefully you get it the right way. This Supreme Leader is interesting to me. I liked him a little bit into his last race in his Canterbury debut for this year, but he got the 9 hole out of a 9-horse race, and the rail was out. So I mean that was just tough. So now they draw again, and the rail's all the way in, but he gets the 11. But he does have some speed, so we'll see how this course plays. The 9, 11, 11, 9 all the way around the racetrack would not completely surprise me. 9, 11, 3 in race number 2. Third race, back to the fast main track. We have maidens dueling here. No scratches, no rider changes. Angela, the third member of the Steam team, and yours truly are on number 2, Tactical Express. That Tranquilino barn has been doing incredibly well all season. I think 3 victories, but like 4 or 5 of 10 in the top 3. Santiago and his family are terrific. I like to see them win. Number 5, Pepper and Mint. That's Kevin's selection. Enrique Gomez, you say, at 3.5 to 1.
Yeah, again, speed. I think speed's going to be good, especially on the main track, and I don't see, again, a race loaded with a lot of horses that have patented early speed. This horse, Pepper and Mint, didn't have a good trip last time. Go back and watch the replay at CanterburyPark.com. It's a great resource for your handicapping. This horse stumbled badly, had to hustle into it, still finished third as the favorite. Now we're second time off the bench for a Kentucky Derby winning trainer with Lone Speed. Mr. Gomez, I think, will have the race to win or lose when he turns for home. 2 is interesting. Your horse is super interesting. That's where this barn wins. They bring in horses from Oaklawn. They pop first time over the track. That's the trend. We've seen it multiple times at prices this year. So I'm going to use 5, 4, 8, and 2, and I respect your 2.
For me, it's going to be 2, 1, 6. Let me ask you a question about the 6. The owner and breeder of number 6 happens to be in the crowd with us right now, and does quite well with all levels of horses. Would not be surprised if that one could run a little bit. Just not used to seeing a $7,500 debut. But I, out of respect, had to take the horse in the top 3.
Yeah, she's bred well. I see a little Jimmy Creed. I see a little looking at Lucky. I see a really sharp workout back on May 1st at Tampa.
I see a happy owner that we're not taking the horse to win because he wants to bet.
Well, and he's wearing, if you notice, look at the socks and the shirt. Looks like we just got out of the mall here over at the Galleria.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
Hey,
owners here. Winner
Yeah.
Circle Outfit. He's the owner and the breeder, Pete Matson. He's Canterbury Immortality. Don't sleep on the 6 in race 3. He just gave us the nod. Here we go.
And off the commentary I received for my shirt from the snarky people in the press box,
Unbelievably.
saying, "Hey,
Great shirt.
does the Holiday Inn want their curtains back?" I think is how it was phrased. Maybe we should trade shirts tonight, Mr. Matson. And
I'd rather trade wallets.
I'm in on that. Good luck. That's race number 3216 for me. Now, the fourth race is the Brooks Fields Mile. Brooks Fields is the founding father of racing in Minnesota back 40 years ago to racing at Canterbury Downs. May God rest his soul. No scratches, no rider changes here. 5-1-2 for me. Kennebec and Tonka Warrior have established a nice little rivalry. Kennebec beat Tonka Warrior this year. Tonka Warrior beat Kennebec 2 times in August last year. A fearless soldier every so often fires big races, likewise for Drama Chorus. I was super surprised how Drama Chorus ran last time, but needed it. And this 8-year-old is talented when Drama Chorus decides that he wants to give 100%. So this race is interesting. We got Robertino Diodoro back in the chat here at Canterbury with Saline River. End of the equation. Kevin and I are on number 5, Tonka Warrior. Why for you?
Well, I with the moisture in the track, I think that's a hidden advantage over Kennebec, his biggest rival. But this is not a 2-horse race. Right. Fearless Soldier, if he's loose, he can win. Half Brother has all kinds of talent. You already mentioned Drama Chorus, who, by the way, at Tampa, his last turf race before he shipped up to Canterbury, spit out an 84 buyer going wire to wire at 5-1. So this is a really fun race, and Diodoro wins races everywhere. There isn't a track where this guy doesn't ship a horse and win. So all 6 can win. What I know is this. Tonka Warrior last time brought his B game, and his B game wasn't good enough. He brings the A game today. He's ready to go, and he gets in light at 118. He carried 122 in the heat. Maybe that matters a little bit as well. I'm going to go 5-1-6.
And I take Tonka Warrior. I believe I took it 5-1-2. The fifth race is on the turf. We do have some scratches here. Scratch numbers 3, 6, and 7. 3, 6, and 7 are out of race number 5. Turf course again listed as good. And with this one, I take it 9-8-3. I happen to like Island Jive a fair amount in this race. I will be making a win bet depending on the odds. Who do you like and why?
It's a 2-horse race for my money. It's the 8 and the 9, and I kept going back and forth, back and forth. I think Island Jive is going to be much lower than that 4-1. If you go back and watch the replay, she was absolutely flying last. She's going to be closer to 8-5 than she is 4-1. And what I saw when I looked back at that replay is Midship Molly. We're going to go over this in the power play segment. She did all the dirty work, and those fractions looked slow. Don't be fooled. The track was boggy like it is right now. It was a 24 variant, and she did all the dirty work. So I think Midship Molly's the horse you want. I think Island Jive is the horse to beat, and I do believe this race, as big as the field is for me on the pick 5s and pick 4s. It's a 2-horse race. I'm going to hit 8 and 9, 8 and 9 all night long.
What do you do with 13 Blazing Performer? That's the morning line favorite.
Yeah.
Blazing Performer, I mean, that 13 spot.
Not out there, man.
Granted, now it's the 10, but nevertheless, what do you do with that?
Well, I mean, look at the run on the first turn. I mean, it's a 1-mile race on our grass course. I mean, that horse, there's no way, as good as Harry is, there's no way this horse isn't losing some significant ground at least into the first turn. Blazing Performer can run with these, no question. You put the horse in the 1 or 2 hole and I'll listen. But you're going to have the morning line favorite in the 10 hole on this distance on our grass?
Yeah.
Not for me.
Race number 5, 9, 8, 13 for me. Race number 6. This takes us, by the way, the 5th race begins the second pick 5. 2 pick 5s, like KG said earlier. The second one begins with race 5, Nation Low takeout of 10%. That's our rake. Most tracks with their pick 5s, 18, 19, 23, 24%. We're at 10 to bolster the pools, but also give more money back to you. Race number 6, scratch number 1, Tactical Attack. 2, 5, 3 for me. I go with Ship It Red, looking to win 2 in a row. And Sam says the Speedy Minnesotan 2nd, Storm in Hong Kong 3rd. But St. Pio with the Q for KG.
Trying to get a little sneaky on you here. Here's a horse that didn't run terribly last time at this level, ran 3rd. Spidey War, the winner, was on a huge class drop, And if you go back a couple of races in your racing form, this horse has run good enough to contend, and I don't think they're going to bet this horse. I think this horse is going to be all of that 6-1 morning line. So for me, this is a race where I'm going to sneak that 6 into the exactas and trifectas. Ship It Red's super cool. That horse always seems to fire. Doesn't win a lot, but always seems to hit the ticket. And then the other horse that's intriguing to me is the 7. I got Sam down here giving the 7-finger salute. He likes Canderel a lot, and he's one of our best handicappers here in Shakopee. So I'm going to go 4, 2, and 7.
I'm going to make a win bet on Ship It Red if the odds are, I don't know, what do you think Ship It Red's going to be? Can I get 3 to 1?
5 to 2?
Yeah, 3 to 1's about my cut on this one. And I'll concede I'm being a prisoner of the moment here, which generally lower-level claimers do not do the same thing back-to-back races. Ship It Red got lost at got left at the gate. Yep. And then just came surging. The pace was a little hot for the lower-level claimers. The horse was just really, really dominating.
Look good.
So we'll see if he can do it again. I need 3 to 1 or higher. Canterbury Derby is race number 7. Canterbury Derby on the turf course. No scratches, no rider changes. Welcome back, Jareth Loveberry, a former leading rider here at Canterbury. He is in to ride the stakes races today, including my selection, number 3, Homie, who's looking to go 3 for 3. Smokin' Boy has talent. That one is making his turf debut. Sushi Man is gifted with our leading rider. KG goes to the outside for Who Dat. Canyon Streak for Gary Shear. You like Canyon Streak?
I do. I think the race flow is likely going to favor horses a little off the pace. When 2 of the top favorites both have speed, Homie, the 3-1, Sushi Man, who's got the local hopes, Minnesota bred. It'd be really cool to see Sushi Man run a big race today with Harry. Those 2, I think, are going to really almost guarantee the pace is fast. And if the pace is fast, to me it sets up for a horse that can sit just off or a closer. Canyon Streak's got enough natural speed to get into good position. The 2 and 7 are the big, deep closers that might be charging late, but I think the 8 trips out. And a trip out to me is when you're third behind 2 horses that are embattled in the front. Trips don't get any better. And on paper, and again, we don't know how the race is going to unfold before our eyes, but Canyon Streak figures to get a wonderful trip. And the other factor I like is this horse has shown a propensity to run on different surfaces. Sam Houston's turf, Lone Star's turf, Lone Star slop. He's sharp right now. I like the 8 a lot here. I'm going to go 8, 2, and 1.
It's 3, 6, 1 for me, and I'm going to take Homie, who's 2 for 2, but has not run in 10 months, or basically 9.5 months since last September. But I don't think this 30% trainer has this horse in this spot if he's not kicking down the barn door to run. And this will be the debut at age 3. This horse was undefeated at 2. I ain't going to trip out over the Beyer speed figures. It's not easy to win in Indiana. It's not easy to win at Horseshoe. They give away a lot of money. They got a lot of big trainers and nice horses. So I think Homie is going to be dead set to give his very best. Question is, will it be good enough? 3, 6, and 1 in the Canterbury Derby. Now to the Lady Canterbury. The Lady Canterbury at a mile on this turf course. Scratch number 2, Angela's Party Girl. Retired Kathy's looking to win 3 in a row. That's the selection of Angela Herman. I take number 1, Queen Judith. I guess I have an affinity for Jareth Loveberry today, winning a couple of stakes races. And KG gives you the patented 6-1 spotty on number 7, Tour Queen.
And again, I make these picks a couple days out. Do not like the scratch of Angela's Party Girl, who I really think was going to make the pace go. But
buddy, better.
So Cupid's Crush is the horse to beat. She's fast. Retired Kathy, to me, is better when she's close to the front, and we know who Thunder's Rock and Roll is. She is absolutely going to go. So now, who's going to benefit? And it's 2 horses. It's the horse you select on the inside, and it's Tour Queen. Now, they thought enough of her last time to put her in against the boys in the Hawthorne Derby. That was in October. Now she's been rested, legged up, and first race of the year, we're going to point to a stakes race, and they've given again, because this race was postponed a week with the heat, they could have gone to a softer spot. No, we're going to go to the stakes race. We've been beaten by Cupid's Crush twice on this track. We're not afraid. Workouts are good. The Q stays aboard. I don't know. I got a feeling this horse is really live tonight. I'm going to go 7, 3, and 4. I think the 3 is the horse to beat, but I think the race is really, really deep.
1-4-3 for me, and I am going to bet to win on number 1, Queen Judith, and here's why. In 2023, when Queen Judith was 4 years of age, made about $20,000 a start. All right, 3 starts, about 20 grand a start. That's a lot of money. And something went pear-shaped. The horse didn't run in 2024, so clearly there was a significant injury there. Came back January of 2025, was doing decently, got on the turf for the first time a month and a half ago, nearly 2 months ago, and really swung to life, really popped to life there. So I think Queen Judith is only getting better. She's gifted in the first place with earnings of 200 grand from just 16 runs. So I think it's taken a while for this group to get her where they want her. I think she's there. I'm going to make a win bet on her, sitting off the pace and pouncing 1, 4, and 3. Now to close that second pick 5, we have race number 9 for you, and a group of maidens traveling the distance of 5.5 furlongs. The morning line favorite here is Mendelssohn's Music. I'm going to go against Mendelssohn's Music, and so is KG. He takes Brainiac.
I'm going to try Brainiac here. We're getting down to now or never time. This guy's 0 for 10, but, he ran against Coach Sam P., who went wire to wire last time and did so at 7 furlongs. I like the cut back to 5.5. I like the price at around 5 to 1. I think Mendelssohn's Music is a must-use on the pick 4 and pick 5s, but doesn't have to win, right? It just feels like that horse has had plenty of tries as well. I think this race could have a little bit of upset to it. I go 5, 7, 6, 4, 2, and that's the 5 horses I'm using on my ticket.
6-2-1 for me with no real conviction. I just think, this is a big drop for Little Trouble here. And Taylor Vergold Stables wins a fair amount of races every year at Canterbury. They don't put bad horses out there. So I think the drop's going to make a difference. It is 6-2-1. The riders and trainers and owners are meeting their representative entrants for race number 1, Lady Canterbury Day at Canterbury Park. That's coming up around the corner. Thank you very much for joining us here. And for Kevin Gorg, I'm Paul Allen. Best of luck at CBY, and thanks for joining.
The field for race 1 is now on track, and we are 5 minutes from the start of Saturday racing. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 4 and double wagering in this first race. Your 9-5 favorite on the inside, Handsome Harry. Scratch the 5, schmooze, 5 minutes to post.
One minute to race time. On the big screen, Addie. Happy birthday, Addie. Happy 8th birthday, Addie. Joining us in the winner's circle. And the horses are approaching the starting gate. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip, Pepsi, Anheuser-Busch, Minnesota Lottery Maker's Mark, and the first race is provided by Loeffler. They've reached the gate. It's post time for a Saturday at Canterbury Park. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Those of you here in Shakopee, thank you for stopping by. And those of you taking in the signal nationwide, we have some stakes racing later, a couple of pick fives. And the first begins with race 2. Here's the first. Welcome to the show. And they're racing. Popped beautifully. Handsome Harry 2-1 looks to win 3 in a row and came out of the gate speedily in search of the lead. But Toma Toto is faster around the first turn, and Toma Toto and Q run away by 2. Toma Toto and Q by 2. Handsome Harry is second under a tight hold, and just to the inside of Prince Rama, the Minnesotan is in the clear and now being joined by Catholic Guilt, who's on the move. Catholic Guilt looking to win 3 in a row as Toma Toto slows down on the lead. Mount Zerer looks to win 2 in a row, just off the heels of Harry, and about 3.5 lengths from the lead. The lead still belongs to Toma Toto, racing off the inside. And the one in last is Syntactic. Less than a half mile to go as they zoom into the far turn. And the pace setter has company in the shape of Prince Rama, who's circumnavigating. Handsome Harry still tucked in along the inside, but needs to do more, and now just was shuffled back to third, make it fourth, because Mount Zerer is beginning to close in. Likewise for Syntactic from last. Syntactic is 30-1 out of last, a joint third and very wide, and here they come. Toma Toto has yet to relinquish the lead, and the red shadow roll is still in front, but for how long? Because Syntactic and Victor Santiago, they join alongside into the final football field. Syntactic 30-1, big upset to begin Lady C Day at Canterbury Park. Number 3, Syntactic. First. 6, Toma Toto. Second. Photo for the rest. The numbers. 3, 6, 4, 2. Race 1 is official. Into the winner's circle, the upset-minded Syntactic and Victor Santiago. The winning owners, Infinite Star Racing, and the winning trainer, Martin Escobar. First Superfecta, $199 for a dime. Exacta, $248 for a dollar. The 50-cent trifecta, $364, $967. Welcome back. The second race is on a turf course listed as good. Pick 5 wagering begins there. And we have no scratches. Congratulations. We have a bell ringer in the winner's circle for the Canterbury Park Chaplaincy Backside Foundation, committed to serving individuals and families on the backside at Canterbury Park by providing a safe, caring, faith-based environment for worship, fellowship, and daily support. Head to the bookkeeper's office, sign the paperwork on behalf of the grooms and the horsemen with the Canterbury Chaplaincy Backside Foundation. Thank you very much for the assistance. Welcome to our featured groups to CBY today. They include Teresa's 40th birthday, Werner Cousins Reunion, Upper Midwest, Brent Wilcox Realty, Bonnie Isaacson's family, and the Bradford Richardson Engagement Party. Race 2 in 20 minutes. Welcome to Canterbury Park. And they're racing. Popped beautifully. Handsome Harry 2-1 looks to win 3 in a row and came out of the gate speedily in search of the lead. But Toma Toto is faster around the first turn, and Toma Toto and Q run away by 2. Toma Toto and Q by 2. Handsome Harry is second under a tight hold, and just to the inside of Prince Rama, the Minnesotan is in the clear and now being joined by Catholic Guilt, who's on the move. Catholic Guilt looking to win 3 in a row as Toma Toto slows down on the lead. Mount Zerer looks to win 2 in a row, just off the heels of Harry, and about 3.5 lengths from the lead. The lead still belongs to Toma Toto, racing off the inside. And the one in last is Syntactic. Less than a half mile to go. They zoom into the far turn, and the pace setter has company in the shape of Prince Rama, who's circumnavigating. Handsome Harry still tucked in along the inside, but needs to do more, and now just was shuffled back to third, make it fourth, because Mount Zerer is beginning to close in. Likewise for Syntactic from last. Syntactic is 30-1 out of last, a joint third and very wide, and here they come. Toma Toto has yet to relinquish the lead, and the red shadow roll is still in front, but for how long? Because Syntactic and Victor Santiago, they join alongside into the final football field. Syntactic 30-1, big upset to begin Lady C Day at Canterbury Park.
It's pick 5 time because it's race number 2 and it's 14 minutes away. Sure, if we're going to start off the same way we did in the pick 4, but that was a big long shot to kick off affairs here on Saturday. Let's go to the pick 5, which starts with a full field on the turf. You could either use a bunch of them in here because a lot will be coming from off the pace. I took a speed horse, and I'm going to single Papa's Nico Boy. Now, I want to get a look at him in the paddock, and Kevin will tell you a little bit more because he got kind of warm last time. I don't think it's quite as hot a day, and Harry Hernandez I'm counting on to just hit the gas out of the gate and take him all the way in this upcoming second. Now, moving over to the third, we have some maiden fillies coming to the track. I just went too deep in there. My top choice is Tactical Express, and she's getting Fausto da Silva in the saddle today. They've been a very good combo, that being the barn that he's riding for, and I think that she's going to be a decent price. I would expect the other horse that I have on the ticket to take a lot of money, that being Lunar Seas, just because she's a new face, but what she's done thus far doesn't make me think that she's that far ahead of anybody in this group. She is just the new shooter, and I want to get a look at her too. 1 and 6 in the Brooks field. I'm going to take Kennebec on top. Saline River interested me a little bit just because he does have some speed and clear running on the outside. I don't know how I feel about those two on a good turf course. We will find out. It'll be a little bit different than the last time that they faced off down in Arizona, but I think that they both bring the skills and the appropriate race to the table when they're at their best. I'll go 4, 8, 9 in the next leg, just 4, 8, 9 for me, and 2, 5, 8. That's an $18 ticket. And to tell you more about this upcoming second race, Kevin's in the paddock.
Yeah, thank you very much, Angela. Always extra exciting when we've got stakes races on the card within some of these pick 4s and pick 5s. Also exciting to see a 30-1 winner in the first race of the night. If you had that one, congratulations. That was a pari-mutuel puzzler. We moved to that good turf course that Angela referenced. A lot of water, a lot of moisture here in the Twin Cities in the last week. We'll see how that plays out as we handicap these races on a good turf. Number 1 is High Ransom. To me, the X factor in the race because he's got early speed, and I don't see a lot of speed signed on with this group. So inside post, aggressive jockey in Kelsey Har. I would not be surprised if this horse was prominent here tonight. Number 2, Star Mission. Zeke Laura gets the call for the Wolfgang. 1 for 23 is pesky, but this horse has popped up and run some big prices at big numbers, big races. I'm talking double digits in the trifecta numerous times, so keep that in mind when you're building your exotic wagers. Number 3 is Mystifier, big closer, and look at Victor Santiago. The jockey just won at 30-1. Can he do it again at a long shot price of 8-1? Horse is getting bet. The owners have those fun outfits on. Looks like a solid gold dancer routine down here in the paddock. Number 4 is Run, Bryce. Run da Silva for Jose Silva. Very, very good connections. A horse that did a lot of its running in Arizona. To me, that's the tricky part with the moisture in the turf course, but the connections as good as it gets here at Canterbury in 4-1. 5 is Moonlight Road. There's Erica Murray. She gets the call for Ryan Kenny. Mr. Kenny takes the blinkers off, third time off the bench. Turf has been a bit of a puzzle with this horse. They've only tried it a couple times, so the fact that they're back here, to me, is the story. Number 6 is Score McCoy. Leslie Mowing's been bringing in prices here at the meet. He rides this one for Nancy Sheehan. 4 tries on the turf, 1 top 3 finish to show so far. Number 7 is Mr. Insensitive. Carlo Lopez gets the call for Gabe Silva. 11 tries on the Canterbury turf, 5 for 11 in the top 3. 8 is Mr. Cougar. Constantino Roman's been heating up. The horse, though, is 1 for 51. So maybe underneath in the exotics if you think Mr. Cougar can close in. I like the 9 a lot here, and the horse is not changing my mind in the paddock. Very good-looking horse is Papa's Nico Boy. I love Double H when he's got lone speed. I think he might right now. And Joel Burnt is just one of the best trainers in the history of this track. So I'll trust Mr. Burnt, I'll trust Double H, and I'll trust lone speed anytime, anywhere. Number 10 is Gabriel's Legend. Eduardo Gallardo gets the call here. 1 for 33, but another horse that figures to be closing in on these fractions, whatever they might be. And if the 11 was anywhere else, I would have given this horse a much longer look. The post position is tricky for a horse that doesn't have enough lead, in my opinion, to make the lead. But if you look at speed figures, this 11 fits. And I've seen the movie with Miguel Angel Silva. This guy can bring in prices, and this horse figures to get a trip. So I'm going to have the 11 all over my trifectas and superfectas at that juicy 7-1 price. Folks, you got to get those bets in now. The crowd is gathering. We've got 3 big stakes races on the horizon, and tonight we've got 2 pick 5s, not 1, but 2 with the 10% takeout, the lowest in North America. Just 10 days ago, we had a pick 5 pay over $40,000. Play the pick 5 at Canterbury. It's as good as it gets. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Call to the post brings them out to the dirt track, then a turf course listed as good. The rail is all the way in. 50-cent pick 5 wagering with a nation low 10% takeout about 7 minutes from now. And this one is courtesy of Apollotos, the official vehicle supplier to Canterbury Park, and also Comcast Xfinity with the Wi-Fi booming at home and on the go with Xfinity Mobile. It is now post time. Into the gate for the second. Big field on the good turf course. 3 turf stakes coming up later. The Brooks Fields, named for the founding father of racing in Minnesota. The Canterbury Derby and the Lady Canterbury. Papa's Nico Boy goes in as the even money favorite as of now. Moonlight Road enters the center. And Supreme Leader will be last to load once Gabriel's Legend goes in. Run Bryce Run, 3.5 to 1. Papa's Nico Boy now 2 to 1. High Ransom 4 to 1. One out. Supreme Leader, 8 to 1 goes in. Here they come. And they go. And Star Mission comes out nicely, but not as fast as High Ransom. Very well supported in the win wagering, now down to 2 to 1, and High Ransom is speedy, but so is that 9 Papa's Nico Boy, and 1 and 9 race out about 2.5, maybe 3 lengths clear of the crowd. High Ransom wants no company on the lead, and in fact re-engages with it and opens up by 2. Behind them, Star Mission to the inside of Supreme Leader, who got down neatly from the outside spot. They're about 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Moonlight Road, sequestered to the inside of Gabriel's Legend. Advancing outside of them is Mr. Insensitive. 4.5, 5 lengths back to Run Bryce Run, 9 lengths from the lead. That's Moonlight Road on the retreat. The 5's heading the wrong way fast. Moonlight Road's to the inside of Mr. Cougar. After that, we have Mystifier, and the one in last is Score McCoy. 15 covers them, and they're still chasing that 1 High Ransom. High Ransom by a half. Papa's Nico Boy's going to give High Ransom a try to the outside. After that, Star Mission to the inside of Mr. Insensitive. Outside of them, Supreme Leader and Gabriel's Legend, and they're coming home now. Papa's Nico Boy to the outside of High Ransom, who rebreaks. That 1 rebroke and is still on the lead. Now, dashing on the inside, Mystifier at 8 to 1 with a big-time move. High Ransom, Mystifier, surging and winning. Mystifier with a dazzling performance. Photo finish. Photo finish, and it's tight. Hold all tickets. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 3, Mystifier. The jockey swept the double. 3, 1, 6, 7. The second race is official. Upset laden like the first. The 3-3 double paid $700 and change. $720 for that 3-3 double. $1 exacta, $46.70. 50-cent trifecta, $1,336. The 10-cent superfecta, 3167. $1,333 for a dime. Mystifier in a laugher. Third race for an encore. Back to the fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. And the third race is provided by Anheuser-Busch and the Folds of Honor program, supporting families of America's fallen and disabled veterans, along with first responders. For every 16-ounce can of Budweiser beer purchased here at Canterbury, $1 is going to be donated to the Folds of Honor Foundation. Thank you, Anheuser-Busch. Mystifier 1960 for a $2 win wager. A race after a 30-1 shot cracked open Saturday. And the pick 5 with a nation low 10% takeout begins with the 8-1 winner, Mystifier. About set to enter the winner's enclosure. Here comes Mystifier and the winning jockey, Victor Santiago, who just swept the early double. Well done, Victor. Mystifier is owned by Fun of It Partners and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. Mystifier is a 7-year-old, big gelding by Americano, make that Americane, out of Chase and Mason. Bred in Minnesota by Dorothy Urban. Thank you for ringing the bell. That's at least $100 heading to the Canterbury Chaplaincy Backside Foundation. The Canterbury Park Chapel and the ministry partners with other backside programs, providing essential resources and delivering services such as education and mental and physical health support. Head to the bookkeeper's office, sign the paperwork, please. And on behalf of the Backsiders, we say thank you. And did it go. And Star Mission comes out nicely, but not as fast as High Ransom. Very well supported in the win wagering, now down to 2-1, and High Ransom is speedy, but so is that 9 Papa's Nico Boy, and 1 and 9 race out, about 2.5, maybe 3 lengths clear of the crowd. High Ransom wants no company on the lead, and in fact re-engages with it and opens up by 2. Behind them, Star Mission to the inside of Supreme Leader, who got down neatly from the outside spot. They're about 2.5, 3 lengths clear from Moonlight Road, sequestered to the inside of Gabriel's Legend. Advancing outside of them is Mr. Insensitive. 4.5, 5 lengths back to Run, Bryce, Run. 9 lengths from the lead. That's Moonlight Road on the retreat. The 5's heading the wrong way fast. Moonlight Road's to the inside of Mr. Cougar. After that, we have Mystifier, and the one in last is Score McCoy. 15 covers them, and they're still chasing that 1 High Ransom. High Ransom by a half. Papa's Nico Boy's going to give High Ransom Ransom, a try to the outside after that star mission to the inside of Mr. Insensitive, outside of them Supreme Leader and Gabriel's Legend, and they're coming home now. Papa's Nico Boy to the outside of High Ransom, who rebreaks. That one rebroke and is still on the lead. Now dashing on the inside, Mystifier at 8-1 with a big time move. High Ransom, Mystifier surging and winning. Mystifier with a
low prices abound in the early part of the card, and congratulations to rider Victor Santiago picking it up. $720 if you manage to put those two together. Well done. Let's go back to the main track. Somebody is going to be a victress for the very first time after race number 3 today. They'll go 5.5 furlongs in here. 7,500 is the tag on these maiden fillies. And we'll start with the favorite on the inside, Divine Gift, because Divine Gift has a lot of racing behind her, and she has been getting a lot closer lately to that first victory. In fact, there's just a nose and a neck separating her from her maiden win, and those were just in the past few months at Turf Paradise. It's just that Divine Gift has had those chances and has some pretty good setups, and I thought she might be a little bit lower priced than some other live entities in here, and right now she is just 2-1. I wouldn't be surprised if that one even goes a little bit lower on the board. In her most recent race, 6 horses have come back out of that. All of them lost at 8 or 1 to below. One of them was odds on, so I'm just going to take my chances with the filly next door. And this is Paul Allen and I's top pick at 8-1, Tactical Express. She hasn't run since February, and that's one thing working against her. But she did run really well when she was a fresh horse in December at the beginning of the Oaklawn Park meet. And she was just a couple of lengths away from her maiden win. She's showing good energy for her return. Looks very happy to be back to the races as Tactical Express. And I think if she can put in a similar effort to the one that she did that day, she should be in the mix of things at the end of things. And she gets De Silva in the saddle, too. That's been a good combo with the Tranquilino barn. They're 4-2, 1-0 to be exact thus far, and 7-1 is a square enough price for me. Now, Palmella's bet next door is dropping from maiden special weights, and that should help her. Of course, that is a little higher class of runner than the $7,500 claimer usually. She gets less distance to work with today, too. There are some things to like about her, and she is 10-1. She just have to maybe show a little bit more early speed because she gives herself a lot to do down the stretch in these one-turn races. Lunar Seas next door is a newcomer to Canterbury. This is going to be start number 6 and her first for her trainer Cody Rosine. But Lunar Seas was doing all right down at Indiana, and that was her first try in some time on dirt. That's going to be the surface that she's on today. And Lunar Seas kept trying in that race. She was just outrun by some horses that were in good form, and a couple of them did come back to win next time around. She's not taking a bunch of money on the board, and that's not encouraging for a barn and an owner that usually do. But the works are all right, and I kept her in the mix on my tickets that are now dead at 5-1. Pepper and Mint is the second representative from the Woolly Barn. They also have the inside runner, Divine Gift. Pepper and Mint is the Minnesota bred of the two, though. I was going to give her this one. She started off last time and was even sort of third. Now, she does get a little bit more ground, but that hasn't helped her in the past. So I'm just kind of getting mixed signals from her, and she is 9-2 on the board. First-timer Molly's Creed is taking a little bit of action. She's down to 8-1 from her 10-1 morning line. She's had plenty of works in Florida and up here to get ready for this debut. She is a Florida bred. She's a nicely bred one. And Molly's Creed is a little itty-bitty thing, but this is going to be start number 1 for her. Let's see what we get in her debut. Sky Raven next door, not the same case. She is on start 18. She has plenty of speed from the outside. I'm sure that she and Jermaine Bridge-Mahan will be going early. We'll see how long they can last at 7-1. That's the price on the outside. Filly 2, Beautiful Breeze. She's been unseen since April, but that was at Turf Paradise, and that was against $5,000, $4,500 types. But Beautiful Breeze has a couple of works at Prairie Meadows to get ready for this one, shipping up to Minnesota. And Beautiful Breeze is currently, again, 7-1. That's the 8 of them trying for their maiden win. They're going to try it in 8 minutes. In this third race, you can do win, play, show, exacta, 50-cent tries, 10-cent supers, doubles, pick 3s, and a pick 4. Okay, that is a full wagering menu. And the hottest handicapper at the track, Kevin Gorg, is up in the studio. Power play is coming next. You'll want to write this one down.
And here they come for race number 3, a group of maidens with no scratches. We race tomorrow, Pepsi Family Day at 1 o'clock. Basset Hound racing between the Thoroughbred Racing. And we also have added a racing day this season. That'll be Wednesday. We race Wednesday at 5 o'clock.
Welcome upstairs to the TV studio in the press box. It's time for our Tri-State Bobcat sponsored power play. We're going to isolate a horse on the card that we can build around. Been some tough results early on, so let's hope the middle of the card goes our way. It's race number 5. It's horse number 8, Midship Molly. Let's take a look at the particulars on paper. She's 0 for 7, but only 0 for 4 on turf. She had a long layoff from last fall, like a lot of Minnesota breds. Came back and ran her first start of the year, and boy, did she run a big one for Hall of Fame trainer here at Canterbury, David Van Winkle. And the fractions don't tell the story. This was quicker than they say it was. It was a boggy turf course like we have now. Look at how spread out this field is, and she's up there doing all the dirty work at 6-1 in the front. And I'm going to roll the tape here, and she's gone fast early. A lot of time when these horses get hooked after going fast early, they start dropping back to the back of the pack. But this horse digs in top of the stretch. And remember, this is her first start that we're watching right here from way back in September. So now she's been off for a handful of months, and look at how she digs in. She's not supposed to hang in there and hit the board, and she still, after showing all that speed, hangs on to finish a really good third. I think she's loose tonight. I think she's 4 or 5-1. I think Midship Molly takes them all the way, and we score together on the power play. Turf course now firm. Canterbury people, turf course now listed at firm.
Ladies and gentlemen, directing your attention to TV monitors or the big screen in the infield, we are celebrating the life of Roy Johnson, and we welcome friends and family members to the racetrack today. Roy was a former racing commissioner here at Canterbury and just a great supporter of racing at Canterbury Park. And not only working with the University of Minnesota Waseca for several years, where he established the horse management program, one of the most successful two-year programs in the Midwest, he also worked for Cargill Animal Nutrition, most recently as the Equine Development Manager. May God rest the soul of Roy Johnson, and to friends and family members, welcome to Canterbury. They're at the gate. It's post time. One out. Beautiful breeze. 8 in the gate for the third. And they're racing. Slow beginning for the class-dropping Tactical Express. Excellent beginning for Sky Raven, and Sky Raven clears off by a length and change, now joined by Lunar Seas to the outside, who shades and passes. Lunar Seas at 2-1, now in a big-time battle with Sky Raven. Right behind them on the inside is Divine Gift, about 4 lengths from the lead, and overtaken by Pepper and Mint, who's on the move. After that, Pamila's Best. That one's 8 lengths from the front, 2.5 clear from the 8. Beautiful breeze. And outside of that, Tactical Express, who's recovering. Around about the quarter pole, Sky Raven. Sky Raven at 6-1. Make that 8-1. Shows the way home. The one way back in last, the firster, Molly's Creed. Sky Raven is the one to catch and the one to beat inside the final 150. And we have another upset. This one is Sky Raven. 0 for 17 into it. Gets all the money tonight. Three races, 3 upsets. This one, Sky Raven at 8-1. It's 7-5-4 and a 4th place photo. Three-quarters of the way through the first pick 4. The winners 30-1, 8-1, 8-1. And a couple of 8-1 shots. Start the first of 2 pick 5s. Sky Raven first. Tactical Express 4th. And the third race is official. The first pick 3 today paid $2,178 for a buck. $2,100 for that first pick 3. Exacta 44 and change. Superfecta 68.81 for a dime. 50-cent trifecta, 754, $74.70. Race number 4 is the Brooksfields Mile. The turf course now listed as firm. Turf course firm, rail all the way to the inside. The 13th running of the Brooksfields Mile, 23 minutes from now. Racing at Canterbury is sponsored in part by Jim Beam, elegant, smooth, refined. And we also thank Busch Light, a proud sponsor of racing at Canterbury Park. Walking up to the winner's enclosure, Sky Raven and Jermaine Bridgemahan. The winning trainer, Edgar Espinoza. And the winning owners of Sky Raven, Eric Henson and Todd Wisnant. Behold, our third consecutive upsetter. This one is Sky Raven. And they're racing. Slow beginning for the class-dropping Tactical Express. Excellent beginning for Sky Raven. And Sky Raven clears off by a length and change. Now joined by Lunar Seas to the outside, who shades and passes. Lunar Seas at 2-1. Now in a big-time battle with Sky Raven. Right behind them on the inside is Divine Gift, about 4 lengths from the lead, and overtaken by Pepper and Mint, who's on the move. After that, Pamila's Best. That one's 8 lengths from the front, 2.5 clear from the 8. Beautiful Beautiful Breeze, and outside of that, Tactical Express, who's recovering. Around about the quarter pole, Sky Raven. Sky Raven at 6-1, make that 8-1, shows the way home. The one way back in last, the firster, Molly's Creed. Sky Raven is the one to catch and the one to beat inside the final 150, and we have another upset. This one is Sky Raven, 0 for 17 into it, gets all the money tonight. Yo, what's going on? Welcome to the Dark Star Press Box. I'm your announcer, Paul Allen. We have 3 stakes races today, and here's the first, the Brooksfields Mile. And we also have a developing situation at Canterbury Park. Now, you see Kennebec here, very, very gifted horse. Kennebec is heavily favored at 4-5. As we head down to Kevin Gorg and Angela Herman, the common thread here with the first 3 is the average mutual payoff for a $2 win wager is $35.20. We've had nothing but upsets. Does it continue in the Brooks Fields? What do you guys think?
Well, all of us, Angela and myself, including the press box, are cheering for a carryover. 2 of the 6 horses will provide that. It goes to show you all week long. We talked about it, PA. Deep races, great opportunity. Before we get to the handicapping and bring in Angela, Jesse Barta is out here, and a dear friend of mine's son turns 29. They've got a huge group out here celebrating with all these stakes races. Happy birthday, Jesse. Enjoy Canterbury. Angela, this is the Brooks Fields, and this is a great bunch of horses.
It is. These are the tested vets that are going to be taking it to a mile. And some horses that faced off against each other at Turf Paradise are going to try this turf course now. And they've tried it at different distances down there, too. Those were the 2 main focuses of mine in this race. Although after the prices that we've seen early, you don't get the best feeling when you look up and see 4-5 on Kennebec. But he is the horse to beat with the recent set of races that he's put together, mostly at a mile, but even at a mile and 3/8 in there. He has just had a rock-solid spring, and he's done so from off the pace. He should be able to save ground in here, and it's just a matter of whether he finds a space to run in time.
Yeah, Kennebec's a really cool horse. He's now a 7-year-old. He's raced 40 times, and 25 of his 40 starts he's finished in the exacta, which means he's been a top 2 performer in 25 of his 40. He always fires. He loves this turf course. He gets the advantageous inside post. My only concern, Angela, was the rain we've had here in the last couple weeks. We've had 5 or 6 inches of rain in Shakopee in that course of time, and he's been so good at Turf Paradise, where it's a much firmer turf course. Now, he's got wins here, and he was great last time out. But with the moisture in the track, I thought that might be a little bit of an equalizer here.
And see, I wouldn't mind a little bit of give in the ground with a horse of his style. I'm okay with that. And as long as he can just get the way through, he might not be able to burst right through if he was on a lightning quick turf course, but he's still got a heck of a kick. And it really would depend on what the horses immediately to his rider are going to do, because one of them is from his stable, and to Fearless Soldier is really the fear that you have if you're either half-brother or drama chorus to his outside. Because, I mean, if maybe 2 of these clear off, they could slow things down. I don't think all 3 of them are going to go up as a team and putt along on the lead. I think that Fearless Soldier is going to definitely make sure that there is something for Kennebec to run at, as these are both owned and trained by the same entities. And Fearless Soldier, even though he took that mile and 3/8 race a couple of back, that was a nice stake at Turf Paradise, he did so absolutely crawling that day. That's not going to happen today.
No, but he looks great down here. It's a very humid night in Shakopee, not a drop of sweat. Good muscle for him, and if he gets loose, he's got a chance. I'm with you. I think the next 2 horses in line are going to create what should be an alacritive pace, and I'll talk about Half Brother. He's a youngster. He's still, I think, improving. He ran a sneaky good race last time. I just don't know if the race flow is going to give him the opportunity, but I think this is a horse I'm going to watch all summer long. I like Half Brother. Getting a little warm in the hindquarters right now. It's a humid day, so we'll see.
And the 4 Drama Chorus did get a bath, so he was getting a little washed down. It is a warm night, and Drama Chorus last time didn't break. And we talked about this before the race. You guys talked about this before the races. Drama Chorus is a completely different horse if he isn't in, at least on the pace, if not setting it. And Drama Chorus last time didn't get to do that. Now, today, he should have the opportunity to at least keep himself close. I think he can keep himself within range, and he is the field's long shot and one of the carryover opportunities at 12-1. Now, a horse that catches my eye in the paddock, and I'm sure yours too, is right behind him. That's your top pick, Tonka Warrior.
Yeah, I love the double handler first and foremost, but on the muscle, not too much sweat. And it's a great rival. We've talked about it with Kennebec and Tonka Warrior. They're the 2 most likely winners. I love what I'm seeing from Tonka Warrior. To me, it's a jockey's race. The pace is going to be there. Both the 1 and 5 are going to be off the pace. When and where they make their move is going to decide who wins this stakes race. And Ange, I got to tell you, the sneaky horse here is making an unbelievably good impression in the paddock. That's Saline River, and this is a horse that's knocked heads with some of the best in the biz. My goodness, does that horse look good physically?
He looks very good, and I didn't think he'd be 9-2. I thought he'd be a little bit closer to the other guys on the board, but he and Kennebec definitely traded blows this winter at Turf Paradise, and he did get the better of him a couple of times, but those were at 7.5, not at a mile. I think the mile swings things in Kennebec's direction, but I did like both of these, and the price right now is a lot further apart than I thought it would be, and there it clicks back to even with both of them.
All right, folks, it's the first of 3 giant stakes races on the card. It's the $50,000 Brooksfields Mile. Who do you like? All 6 on paper have a shot. There is the bank of handicappers. Someone's going to run into the history books. They'll be at the gate in around 8. Right now, the call to the post. Good luck and enjoy stakes races right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Next. Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park is proud to present the 13th running of the Brooksfields Mile. And here they are. Number 1 is Kirk Sutherland's Kennebec, trained by Jose Silva Jr. Kennebec is ridden by Fausto da Silva. Daniel Vergara handles number 2, Fearless Soldier, also owned by Kirk Sutherland and also trained by Jose Silva Jr. Sugarland Thoroughbred starts number 3, Half Brother. This Minnesotan is trained by Gary Shear. In the irons, Erica Murray. And Alonzo Quinones is astride number 4, Drama Chorus, for Pete Matson and trainer Tim Padilla. Number 5, Extreme Racing Stables, Tonka Warrior. Tonka Warrior is trained by Mac Robertson and ridden by Harry Hernandez. And Constantino Roman rides number 6, Saline River. The owner, Charles Garvey. The trainer, Robertino Diodoro. Turf course firm for the Brooksfields Mile. They're at the gate 5 minutes from now. About 2 minutes now. We welcome back to Canterbury Park and to the winner's circle, Miss Sarah Fields Nesson, the daughter of the late Brooks Fields, founding father of racing in Minnesota 40 years ago. Welcome back to the racetrack, Sarah Fields Nesson. Let's offer up some late-stage handicapping of the Brooks Fields. Angela and Kevin are at the finish line. The question is, who will finish first? What's up, guys?
Well, it's sultry out here. I'm washing out a little bit, so I hope the horses are feeling a little more comfortable than I am. It's a little breezy. I've been watching Tonka Warrior, my top pick. He is warming up like he looked in the paddock. Not too much excess sweat, like the control that he's showing in this heat. What have you seen from your pick, Kennebec?
Well, Kennebec didn't, I guess, impress me like Tonka Warrior did in the paddock, but he still looks good. He knows how to do this. This is going to be his 41st time to the post.
Wow.
He's a pro. Doesn't really matter what you would necessarily see. He knows when business is coming to hand, and we're going to get a good performance out of him. I didn't see anything that would lead me away from him.
And I think it's a jockey's race. We both believe that the 2, 3, and 4 all have that early speed. We've got De Silva on Kennebec. We've got Harry Hernandez on my top pick, Tonka Warrior. They're both likely going to be off the pace, 2, 3, 4, 5 lengths. How do you want to see this race unfold if you're those jockeys, and how do you save ground knowing that you've got to make the move at the right time and not get hemmed in?
Well, you really got to try to get the jump on Tonka Warrior, which is what he did last time. He was able to save ground that day, like I think he will be able to today, and he just got the jump on him, and Kennebec finished the job. He has just been in some really good form this year, better than we saw him in 2024, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him put in nearly the exact same kind of race as he did last time, and that was a pretty snappy win.
The other horse that caught our eye in the paddock was the 6 guys, Saline River. Deep closer, likely going to get the pace, looked spectacular out in the walking ring, and I'm watching him on the television monitor now, also warming up very, very well. All 6 horses, there's a path to victory. I think the pace makes the race, and when these jockeys make the move, PA, that'll settle it. In the Brooks Fields, we can't wait to watch it. You need to bet it right now. They're approaching the gate.
Great work, guys. Kennebec 9-5, Tonka Warrior 2-1, Saline River 3.5-1. This is the 13th Brooks Fields Mile. Unified Dreams won it last year for Patrice Sutherland. Fausto De Silva was the winning jockey for trainer Gary Shearer. Jockey Florent Giroux has won this race 2 of the last 4 years. Hieronymus in 2021 and Fuerteventura in 2023. Back in 2013, Mr. Mardi Gras took down the prize for the late Bob Lothenbach, also trainer Chris Block and jockey Francisco Torres. Kennebec 8-5, Tonka Warrior 2.5-1, Saline River down to 3-1, and the last in line, wearing the Garvey colors, a 6-pack of the 2025 Brooks Fields Mile. And they're racing, and they broken a line. Drama Chorus outbreaks the field, and at 13-1, immediately in hand and in command. Saline River right alongside, but about 3/4 out of it. Then it's 2.5, 3 back to Kennebec. Kennebec, the 6-5 favorite, 4 lengths behind the upset-minded Drama Chorus, who slows down sweetly on the lead. Tonka Warriors between runners, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Minnesotan half-brother. The one in last is Fearless Soldier, 8 lengths from the front. And on an upset-laden Saturday night at Canterbury Park, Drama Chorus trying to make those upsets 4 for 4. Drama Chorus shows the way, 21-1. Drama Chorus leads with a half mile to go. Saline River applies more pressure to the outside. Kennebec sequestered. Tonka Warrior next to that one. Outside of that, half-brother shoved on a bit, and Fearless Soldier is in good striking position, if good enough, about 6-7 out of it. Drama Chorus now given his head, and Drama Chorus responds in kind. Drama Chorus runs away from Saline River by 2. Kennebec 2.5 out of it. Then it's Tonka Warrior, half brother. Fearless Soldier is coming with a big run on the outside. Drama Chorus leads the way. Then it's Kennebec and Tonka Warrior. Fearless Soldier at 4-1 is surging, but Drama Chorus is not looking back. Fearless Soldier, Drama Chorus. Ooh, that's a spine tingler. Who do you like? Holy cow, what a race. What a race. Drama Chorus 21-1, Fearless Soldier 4-1, and a photo to decide it. Stand by. Tight photo. How many here are pulling for number 4, Drama Chorus? How many are pulling for 2, Fearless Soldier? We'll have that answer shortly. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 4. Drama Chorus, wire to wire. Put a Q around the Brooks Fields. And on a night, the average price through 3 winners is $35.20. A 21-1 shot just won. And the 4th race is official. Exacta 127.20, trifecta 586. 10-cent superfecta 127.4251. Pick 3 1,136. And we have a pick 4 carryover tomorrow of 8,200 and change. 3 of 4 in the pick 4 paid $249. Pick 4 carryover to the first pick 4 tomorrow, Family Day. 1 o'clock is when we start. 8,226 for the carryover. Maidens on the turf for race number 5. Scratch numbers 3, 6, and 7. Our second pick 5 begins with race 5. It's only 50 cents with a nation low 10% takeout. It's on the final 5 races tonight at Canterbury Park. With the first pick 5, the winners have paid $19.60, $19.60, and $44.40. Big fields, big payoffs, big league racing right out here at Canterbury Park. Drama Chorus ran third in this race last year. And the 2025 Brooks Fields means we can put a Q around the first stakes race tonight. It's Drama Chorus and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, Pete Matson, and the winning trainer, Tim Padilla. Drama Chorus was bred in Florida by the winning owner, Pete Matson. The winner is an 8-year-old based on a Big Drama out of Miss Molly by Golly. Drama Chorus. Once again, welcome back to the winner's enclosure. Sarah Fields Nesson, the daughter of the late Brooks Fields, a man for whom this race was named. Sarah is joined by family and friends, and Brooks Fields was the top executive 40 years ago in 1985 when Canterbury Downs first opened, and is credited with the early development and success of racing in Minnesota. We honor the founder of Canterbury each year, and we welcome Sarah Fields Nesson back to the winner's circle. About ready to chat with the rider.
That was right there. Ring that sucker.
Who stole the Brooks Fields.
Did you do it as the last part of the interview? And I'll just turn and film you? Okay.
All right, we're down in the winner's circle with the winning owner and the winning jockey. Alonzo, you're the regular rider of Drama Chorus. Last time out didn't go very well. What was different this time?
You know what? First, thank God and thank Pete and Tim. Last time he just kind of jumped the gun, just right before they kick it, and then when they tried to pull him back, and then they kicked the gate, so we kind of got left pretty much. But it wasn't really nobody's fault. Then after that, he didn't really run a jump. I was like, just wrap him up and bring him back safe. Today, he was sharp, and he just broke out of there like a shotgun, and the rest is history.
It is history, Pete, and they hit the wire together. It looked like you had it, then it looked like almost you lost the bob. What were you thinking about when you saw those horses hit the wire together?
I just wanted to see the picture again.
It was a good picture for you, and let's talk about how well you know this horse. You won together not long ago in Tampa. It's a warm, sultry night in Shakopee. Maybe wintering in Florida probably helped this horse feel pretty comfortable. How'd you warm up tonight?
You know what? I just usually warm him up by myself. It depends how he's doing, you know. But I was like, no matter what, I need to break good and go to the lead. So I kind of warmed him up a little bit extra and just get him sharp. And, you know, he just went. I know it was close right there by the wire, but I got a good feeling. I knew for a little bit, I thought I was in front.
Awesome ride by you to take him all the way. Congrats on the big win. I hear you got a bell to ring.
I do.
Well, go do it. You brought the winner's circle outfit. We talked about that an hour and a half ago. Now you got the deep pocketbook from winning the stakes race. Go ring that bell.
Okay, and hopefully we'll win another one.
Guy's greedy. That's why he's so good. Pete Matson going to ring the bell. Drama Chorus rings the victory bell tonight in the first of 3 stakes races.
racing, and they broken a line. Drama Chorus outbreaks the field, and at 13-1, immediately in hand and in command. Saline River right alongside, but about 3/4 out of it. Then it's 2.5, 3 back to Kennebec. Kennebec, the 6-5 favorite, 4 lengths behind the upset-minded Drama Chorus, who slows down sweetly on the lead. Tonka Warriors between runners, 5 out of it, and to the inside of Minnesotan half-brother. The one in last is Fearless Soldier, 8 lengths from the front. And on an upset-laden Saturday night at Canterbury Park, Drama Chorus trying to make those upsets 4 for 4. Drama Chorus shows the way, 21-1. Drama Chorus leads with a half-mile to go. Saline River applies more pressure to the outside. Kennebec sequestered. Tonka Warrior next to that one. Outside of that, half-brother shoved on a bit, and Fearless Soldier is in good striking position, if good enough, about 6-7 out of it. Drama Chorus now given his head, and Drama Chorus responds in kind. Drama Chorus runs away from Saline River by 2. Kennebec 2.5 out of it. Then it's Tonka Warrior, half-brother. Fearless Soldier is coming with a big run on the outside. Drama Chorus leads the way. Then it's Kennebec and Tonka Warrior. Fearless Soldier at 4-1 is surging, but Drama Chorus is not looking back. Fearless Soldier, Drama Chorus. Oh, that's a spine tingler.
Well, Sundays are always a great day to join us at Canterbury Park, especially if you've got kids in tow. It's family day tomorrow. Of course, we've got dog races tomorrow. But now, for all the horse players, we've got a pick 4 carryover that starts with the early pick 4. And the other thing to keep in mind is we're right in the heart of a pick 5. And with upset after upset, now we're on pick 5 carryover watch. And now look at the next race. We've got a full field of Minnesota-bred maidens. So will the craziness continue? Let's handicap together, see if we can find some value up on the board. Number 1 is Emery and Avery. Kelsey Haar gets the call here. Inside post, always advantageous. And how about this horse? Last time out had to break from the post, way out in the outside, post 10. The move to the inside with some natural speed on a crazy long shot night here at Canterbury. There's a case to be made for this horse, and Kelsey tends to bring in prices every summer at Canterbury. I think this horse absolutely has a shot and sure looks good down here in the paddock warming up. Number 2 is Grace Alace. Will try number 21 be the lucky one for Grace? Last time out, she didn't fire, but she had traffic issues out of the gate. Really draw a line through that race. If you go back to last year, she was running speed figures in the mid-50s. That puts her in the conversation, and after what we've watched tonight, I can't say no here either as far as trifecta and superfecta wagers go. The 4 horses ridden by Erica Murray, and you see a good look at that horse on the screen. Caught my eye in the saddling enclosure. Love the coat, look at those ears, north and south. Really like the way this horse is behaving down here. And that was a sneaky good 4th last time in an 11-horse field, beaten only 2 lengths. So inside 3 horses, if I'm handicapping this the way things are going tonight, I'm not going to talk you off of any of them. And this 4 is getting bet. 5 is Molly's Mia. Gallardo for Troy Bethke comes out of that same race and was right there turning for home. Finished 5th and did have a little traffic out of the gate. Gallardo, a really good rider on the lawn, too, 10-1. 8 is my top pick in the race. That's Midship Molly. I'm going to look for Alonso Quinones to do exactly what he just did in the race prior. Turf race, get the lead, take them all the way. I think this horse is live. 3-1, second off the bench. It's my power play tonight. I think Midship Molly is ready to break on through and start number 8. The horse to beat, no doubt about it, on paper is number 9. That's Island Jive. Joel Bernspin, red hot. Constantino Roman, also red hot. Big closer. Enough speed, I think, to get the trip, and I would expect the 9 to be motoring when they turn for home. 10 is good old Honeycrisp, Vergara for Beeler. This is start number 13, exits that same race. She ran like she needed it. Second time off the layoff for these connections. I would expect better. 11 is Take Charge Lila. Valdez for Troy Bethke on the stretch out. This horse has been sprinting on the main track. 12 is Cocalina for my friend Dave Miller. Leslie Mowing, the pilot, has brought in a bunch of long shots this year. Cocalina figures to be off the pace, and from that post, probably going to try to drop in behind and make one big move. And then number 13, the Samson Silks. If this horse was down inside, I think this horse would be like 2-1. Outside post is so very hard. We'll see what the jock can do. He's one of the best. He's Harry Hernandez. Like the horse, don't love the post, and that's why right now you're getting a big price. On the morning line favorite, you're getting a juicy 7-1. Ho, 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 the wheel is down here licking his chops with those Samson Silks. It's a humdinger. Minnesota breds on the lawn, crowded field. We've seen giant payoffs tonight. Will that trend continue? You've got to make up your mind. You've got to get your bets in right now. Minnesota breds, race 5 on the turf, coming up, coming at you, and it's all next.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see on the big screen in the infield and TV monitors, there are no tickets alive in the Pick 5. So we will have a Pick 5 carryover tomorrow, along with a Pick 4 carryover tomorrow. More on that momentarily. Now, the call to the post. Minnesota-bred maidens heading to a firm turf course for the 5th. This begins the second pick five this evening. 50-cent pick five wagering, 10% nation low takeout, and post time for the second pick five 6 minutes from now. Once again, the first pick five has 0 tickets alive, so we will have a carryover tomorrow to the pick five beginning in race number 2. And we also have a pick 4 carryover tomorrow. That'll begin with the first race, and that's 8,000 and change. Through the first 4 races tonight at Canterbury, the average $2 win payoff has been $37.55. Nothing but upsets so far through the first 4 at CBY. And we just have been informed the pick 5 carryover tomorrow. Racing begins at 1. Pick 5 begins in race 2. That pick 5 carryover tomorrow will be just over $38,000. That's already in the pick 5 kitty for tomorrow.
Well, Paul just let us in on a pick 5 carryover in the early pick 5 for Sunday, but we can start anew in race 5 in 5 minutes. This is our late pick 5 for the day. And my ticket is a $24 one. You know, there were a couple of scratches in here, including the 3 add to cart, but I went 4, 8, and 9. Same connections are probably going to try the same sort of thing, that being Alonzo Quinones, that is. Alonzo was going to try the same sort of thing with Midship Molly on the front end, and Midship Molly nearly got the job done last time. I went 4, 8, and 9 in here, just using common horses from or similar horses from a common race, and what Sam says, and Ship It Red in the next. When Ship It Red wins, he usually wins in pairs. That's how he's done it his life. I scratched into him, but Sam says maybe the speed in there, so I opted to throw him into the ticket too. My Derby horses remained intact. 1, 2, 5, and 8 for me. My top choice is Canyon Streak, but if somebody decides to go for the lead, that seems to be a winning tactic today, and Sushi Man may be in that category. My single is Retired Kathy. She can go close to the pace. She can come from out of it, and Retired Kathy will try to pick up another stakes win in the Lady C for her owner and breeder, Pete Madsen. Now to close this ticket out, I used the 2 tailored for gold horses, Good Grief Claude, and my top choice, Little Trouble on the drop. That makes that ticket. You got 4 minutes to make your own. Remember, we have a carryover in the early one. Let's try to hit this late pick 5. Good luck.
Race number 5 is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park, and John Deere. Nuttin' runs like a deer. 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, an amendment to an earlier announcement. The pick 5 carryover tomorrow will be $28,842. $28,842 already in the carryover kitty for tomorrow's pick 5. The horses are at the gate, and it is now race time. Island Jive, 2.5 to 1. Midship Molly, 4.5 to 1. Blazing Performer and the leading jockey, 5 to 1. Welcome those joining us via the vast and ever-expanding Canterbury Park Teleracing Network. If you just joined us through the first four, our average win payoff for $2 tonight, $37 and change. We already have a pick 4 carryover into tomorrow. And we begin our second pick 5 here. The first pick 5 has 0 tickets alive. Guaranteed a carryover tomorrow of nearly 30 grand. Midship Molly giving the starters some problems. Sans Q, who just won the Brooks Fields at 21 to 1. Midship Molly, quite cantankerous. Island Jive, 2 to 1. Maria Rosa de la Cerda, 3.5 to 1. That one just went from 6 to 1 to 7 to 2. Midship Molly's in. Alonzo joins. Blazing Performer in the boss's colors, 5 to 1. Let's see what happens here. And they're racing. The Minnesota-bred maidens all were off beautifully. Midship Molly right to the lead. Emery and Avery challenges at 16 to 1 to the inside. And then Grace Lace at 25 to 1. Close Andy in third. Then we come back to Take Charge. Lila about 3 lengths from the front and 2.5 clear from Molly's Mia as they corner. Mid-pack is Island Jive, about 8, 9, maybe 10 out of it now as Midship Molly picks up the tempo, and as they corner, Molly opens up by 2.5. We come way back to Blazing Performer, 15 lengths out of it, 1.5 clear from Honey Crisp. Then the trailing 2, Maria Rosa de la Cerda, who's closing in. And in last is Cocalina, well strung out with a half mile to travel. And they're chasing Midship Molly. Q's trying to win back-to-back. Emery and Avery's taken to the outside by Kelsey, 1 length in arrears. Grace Lace, close, 3 lengths out of it at 0 for 20. Then it's 2.5, 3 lengths behind that. We have Molly's Mia. Then a big gap to Island Jive, who's 12 lengths out of it at 2 to 1 and shaking up really, really hard. Molly still shows the way. Midship Molly trying to sail wire to wire, but might be in deep water. Grace Lace with a big move on the inside. That's the one with the white face. Up goes Emery and Avery, and outside of that is Molly's Mia. Island Jive, and Blazing Performer is blazing by them all. Blazing Performer at 6 to 1 convincingly. Number 13, Blazing Performer, first. 13-1-9-5. In 138.90, it's unofficial. And the most recent upset is official. The book-ending exacta, 101.30. Another big superfecta, 151 for only a dime. Pick 3 from race 3, 59.20. The trifecta, 13.19, 246.60. Race number 6 begins the final pick 4 today. It's only 50 cents. Pick the winners of the final 4 live races and hit the pick 4. Scratch number 1, Tactical Attack. Race 6 is courtesy of Kim Crawford, official partner of Canterbury Uncorked and Concerts in the Park. Hormel, a longtime sponsor of racing at CBY. And Tri-State Bobcat. Post time for race 6 is 22 minutes from now. Up to the winner's circle, the maiden-breaking Blazing Performer and Harry Hernandez. Blazing Performer is a 4-year-old bay filly by Oscar Performance out of Streaming Fire. Bred in Minnesota by the late Bob Lothenbach. The winning owners, Sampson Racing Stables, and the winning trainer, Mike Beeler. And they're racing. The Minnesota-bred maidens all were off beautifully. Midship Molly right to the lead. Emery and Avery challenges at 16-1 to the inside. And then Grace Lace at 25-1. Close Andy in third. Then we come back to Take Charge. Lila about 3 lengths from the front and 2.5 clear from Molly's Mia as they corner. Mid-pack is Island Jive, about 8, 9, maybe 10 out of it now, as Midship Molly picks up the tempo, and as they corner, Molly opens up by 2.5. We come way back to Blazing Performer, 15 lengths out of it, 1.5 clear from Honey Crisp. Then the trailing 2, Maria Rosa de la Cerda, who's closing in. And in last is Cocalina, well strung out with a half mile to travel. And they're chasing Midship Molly. Q's trying to win back-to-back. Emery and Avery's taken to the outside by Kelsey, 1 length in arrears. Grace Lace close, 3 lengths out of it at 0 for 20. Then it's 2.5, 3 lengths behind that. We have Molly's Mia. Then a big gap to Island Jive, who's 12 lengths out of it at 2-1 and shaking up really, really hard. Molly still shows the way. Midship Molly trying to sail wire to wire, but might be in deep water. Grace Lace with a big move on the inside. That's the one with the white face. Up goes Emery. wide, and here they come. Toma Toto has yet to relinquish the lead, and the red shadow roll is still in front, but for how long? Because Syntactic and Victor Santiago, they join alongside into the final football field. Syntactic 30-1, big upset to begin Lady C Day at Canterbury Park. Inside of Mr. Insensitive, outside of them Supreme Leader and Gabriel's Legend, and they're coming home now. Papa's Nico Boy to the outside of High Ransom, who rebreaks. That one rebroke and is still on the lead. Now dashing on the inside, Mystifier at 8-1 with a big time move. High Ransom, Mystifier surging and winning. Mystifier with a at 6-1, make that 8-1, shows the way home. The one way back in last, the firster, Molly's Creed. Sky Raven is the one to catch and the one to beat inside the final 150. And we have another upset. This one is Sky Raven, 0 for 17 into it, gets all the money tonight. Kennebec 2.5 out of it, then it's Tonka Warrior, half-brother, Fearless Soldier is coming with a big run on the outside. Drama Chorus leads the way, then it's Kennebec and Tonka Warrior. Fearless Soldier at 4-1 is surging, but Drama Chorus is not looking back. Fearless Soldier, Drama Chorus, ooh! That's a spine tingler. Still shows the way. Midship Molly trying to sail wire to wire, but might be in deep water. Grace Alace with a big move on the inside. That's the one with the white face. Up goes Emery.
What fun tonight. All kinds of upsets and all kinds of carryovers into tomorrow's race card at Canterbury. From the outside post, Harry Hernandez showing off his unbelievable skills in the saddle. Big price again, long shot again. Will that trend continue? How do you buck it right now? I mean, if you're playing these long shots, you're going to need a wheelbarrow to get home today with the cash you're going to win. And then tomorrow, we're going to be playing for thousands and thousands of dollars. Come back tomorrow, 1 o'clock post. Pick 4 carryovers, pick 5 carryover. Good times here at Canterbury Park. Number 2 is the old war horse, Ship It Red. He's 10 years old, and boy, does he love to win with Harry Hernandez astride. Last time out, Gonzalez got him home. The pace was hot, and the horse just came flying down the stretch. Makes a nice impression out here. The 10-year-old looking mighty spry on this warm Saturday night. Number 3 is Stormin' Hong Kong. Carlo Lopez gets the call. Deep closer. Always seems to hit the ticket, but how about this? 16 career tries at Canterbury, yet to get to the winner's circle. Been so close so many times. Will this finally be the night in Shakopee for Stormin' Hong Kong? My top pick in the race is number 4. I'm going to try St. Pio with the Q. Chip Woolley's the conditioner. I like that last race. The horse that won was Spidey Ward. He was on a big class trap. So I think St. Pio, if he can duplicate that effort and get just a little better trip, I think he's capable here. I love the price. It's a long shot right now, and that's what's been the bill of fare all evening at the windows. 6-1 on St. Pio. 5 is the Minnesotan Sam Says. He's very fast, and Zeke Laura, his jockey, is very, very good. With speed horses, Zeke gets him out, puts him in the race just like you're supposed to, and Zeke, when he gets loose, is so tough to catch. Sam Says will be the Minnesotan looking to upset the apple cart here. 6, Hidden Profit makes a nice impression down here for Gabriel Silva. Erica Murray, the pilot, 2 of his 3 career wins here in Shakopee, has stalking speed, should sit the trip, 5-1. 7 is Canderel. Gomez gets the call here, and Turf to Dirt on a significant class drop. Expect the 7 to be far back early, but come with a late run in the stretch. And number 8 is the speedy Northcutt Vergara for Jose Silva. This horse, with that attack post from the outside, should be very prominent in the early stages and should be poised to pounce when they turn for home. Ship It Red, the old guy, the 10-year-old, making career start number 65. He's favored on a night where it's been long shot after long shot after long shot. Race 6, late pick 4, thousands of dollars to play for. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're gonna get it on.
Race 6 is set to take off in 7 minutes. Scratch the 1, Tactical Attack in this upcoming 6th race, going 6 furlongs on the dirt. Win Place Show, Exacta Trifecta, 10-cent Superfecta, Daily Double, Pick 3, and Pick 4 wagering available in this 6th race. 7 minutes to post.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention down to the winner's enclosure. These are the beautiful people that have won an opportunity for free money from the Minnesota State Lottery. Thank you, Minnesota State Lottery, for supporting racing right here in Minnesota. Here's how it works. They've got a placard with a horse. If their horse wins, $50 in scratch-off tickets from the lottery. Last year, a guy hit for over $2,000. Second and third get a swag bag with hundreds, yes, hundreds of dollars in goodies. I need your name and your hometown and the name of that beautiful baby.
This is Blakely. I'm Alyssa, and I'm from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin, you say? Well, we've got a great track announcer. His name's Paul Allen. He's a Hall of Famer. He calls football in the wintertime for the Minnesota Vikings. I'm just curious, who's your favorite NFL football team?
The Packers.
Oh, we boo Packer fans. We don't care about the baby. We don't care about the formula you need. We're cheering against Ship It Red. That money's not going to Aaron Rodgers and that crew. Okay, name and where you're from.
Dave from Shakopee.
A Shakopee guy. We're cheering for you. You're a hometown hero. Good luck in the lottery clip. Your name and where you're from.
I'm Jamie. I'm from Apple Valley.
Apple Valley, just like the lovely Angela Herman, one of these steam teamers. She's an Apple Valley grad. She's cheering for your four right along with you. So am I. It's my pick. Name and where you're from.
Olivia, also Apple Valley.
Another Apple Valley girl. Wow. Brown and gold represent down here. I'm a Burnsville guy. I got to be careful. Oh, Eastview, the Lightning. Name and where you're from.
Diana, also Apple Valley.
Princess Diana with that great smile. Go 6. All right. 7's got a big chance here. Name and where you're from.
Courtney and Wasika.
Wasika, Minnesota. What a beautiful golf course you've got down there. Love that. All right, this guy's hip. He's got the hat backwards, got the sunglasses on. You're looking good. You're rolling. I like this. You name and where you're from.
Adam, Prior Lake.
Prior Lake. Good luck to you. Give them a round of applause. They're beautiful. We're cheering for everybody but that 2 and that Packer fan. We boo them every time at Canterbury Park. Get your bets in. Cheer along with these lovely humans. They'll be at the gate in 3 minutes.
It is now post time. Moving in line for race number 6. Ship It Red, the even money favorite. A Saturday at Canterbury. The shortest priced winner we've had, 6-1 in race number 5, Blazing Performer. Ship It Red trying to go back to back. Canderel along with St. Pio. And North Cut last in. Number 2, Ship It Red, has reared and unseated Harry Hernandez. Now Ship It Red settles down in his stall. Hernandez rejoining. This one is 6-5. And they're racing. After all that, Ship It Red won the start on the inside. From between them, St. Pio with good speed, but the best early speed goes to Sam Says. Sam Says pokes the head in front, but they're trading spots early. Outside of that, Hidden Prophet. Hidden Prophet speeds up to join the lead, and even wider out is North Cut. Now we have Forrest Stern as they approach the turn. And Said Quartet has gone 3-4 lengths clear from Canderel to the outside of Ship It Red, 6 lengths from the lead. And in last is Storm in Hong Kong. They're off the far turn. Inside, Sam Says, Hidden Prophet right alongside. North Cut is traveling up stylishly 3 wide, and right behind them, St. Pio. That one appears to be all full of run, about 3 lengths out of it, nowhere to go. 3.5 clear from Ship It Red. That one's to the inside of Canderel, and sneaking through on the inside is Storm in Hong Kong. Storm in Hong Kong's making a nice move. Inside the final furlong, St. Pio to the inside of Sam Says. St. Pio at 5-1 from an on-charging Storm in Hong Kong. 4-5-3 in race 6. St. Pio in saintly fashion. Number 4, St. Pio. First. St. Pio fits the theme tonight. The 5th longest shot in the win wagering. Behind Ship It Red, Storm in Hong Kong, Canderel and North Cut. Sam Says 2nd, Storm in Hong Kong 3rd, Ship It Red 4th. $55 large in the final pick 4. Now entering the winner's enclosure, St. Pio and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owner, Michael Cathy, and the winning trainer, Benny Woolley Jr. Race number 6, official. Trifecta paid 68 and change. The pick 3 paid $2,430. That's from race 4. You'll notice that pick 5 carryover. We also have a pick 4 carryover. 2 pick 4 carryovers tomorrow. The most recent one, 9,000 and change to the second pick 4 tomorrow. And a pick 5 carryover of $28,842. That'll begin with race number 2. It's only 50 cents. Family day tomorrow with Basset Hounds racing between the thoroughbreds. A couple of pick 4 carryovers and a pick 5 carryover. Coming up next, the Canterbury Derby. It's 22 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. The Canterbury Derby is next. And they're racing. After all that, Ship It Red won the start on the inside. From between them, St. Pio with good speed, but the best early speed goes to Sam Says. Sam Says pokes the head in front, but they're trading spots early. Outside of that, Hidden Profit. Hidden Profit speeds up to join the lead, and even wider out is North Cut. Now we have Forrest Stern as they approach the turn, and Said Quartet has gone 3-4 lengths clear from Canderel to the outside of Ship It Red, 6 lengths from the lead, and in last is Stormin' Hong Kong. They're off the far turn. Inside, Sam Says, Hidden Profit right alongside. North Cut is traveling up stylishly 3 wide, and right behind them, St. Pio. That one appears to be all full of run, about 3 lengths out of it, nowhere to go. 3.5 clear from Ship It Red. That one's to the inside of Canderel, and sneaking through on the inside is Stormin' Hong Kong. Stormin' Hong Kong's making a nice move. Inside the final furlong, St. Pio to the inside of Sam Says. St. Pio at 5-1 from an on-charging Stormin' Hong Kong. 4-5-3 in race 6. St. Pio in saintly fashion. All right, let's see what's next. It is the second of 3 stakes races, and this is the Canterbury Derby. When I say what's next, we haven't had a favorite win this evening. The last winner at 5-1 is the shortest price to win this entire evening. We have 2 pick 4 carryovers into tomorrow and a single pick 5 carryover so far. We're going to handicap the Canterbury Derby as we welcome back 2017 leading rider Jareth Loveberry, one of the great guys in the game. He rides homie. As we welcome him back, we welcome into the equation Angela and Kevin.
Yeah, we're putting the Steam and Steam team down here. It is a warm day in Shakopee. And Angela, he mentioned Jareth Loveberry. We're all great friends. He stopped up and hung out with us in the press box earlier today. Let's go back a couple years to 2 fills in the Kentucky Derby. I know he didn't win. I get it. He ran second out of 20 horses. One of the better rides in defeat I have ever seen in the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, he gave that horse every opportunity to win. And I mean, it takes a lot of things to happen to win the Kentucky Derby, but he did all he could on his part to get that horse to the winner's circle and to really keep him good from 2 when we saw him up here, all through that summer campaign too, when they went on kind of their own Derby trail. And it's fun to see him back here too, get to visit with him and really get his thoughts. You know, I mean, as soon as he became available for this one, because there was previous engagements when this horse was set to run last week, he wants to ride him. I mean, a nice vote of confidence for a barn that he knows a lot about and rides a lot of the horses for. So homie gets a little extra boost in that respect, I'd say. Paul Allen likes him. What do you think?
I think he's got a shot. I love when horses make their 3-year-old debut. They can jump up. Jeff Madej has always talked about this. Their figures can jump up 10, 15, 20 points, which it'll need to do. But remember, Larry Ravelli's the trainer. He's one of the best trainers in North America every single year, and he trusts Jareth Loveberry not only on this horse, but on a bunch of his horses. And so if they ship up here, they're not sending Jareth over to Valley Fair to ride the flume. Like, they're here to win. And I think it's such a cool race because we've got the local angle. We've always loved the local angle. Like, we remember KZ Bay and the Lady Canterbury. Sushi Man, Minnesota bred inside, and they both have speed.
Right, and they're both trying to win this race for a second time, that being Cody Rosine and Larry Ravelli. Now, Sushi Man did that wire-to-wire work a lot more recently because we haven't seen Homie since he was a 2-year-old, but Sushi Man put things together when he went over to the turf, and he has the right to be a very good turf horse with that pedigree. He was doing well on the dirt, though. The horse that beat him 2 back, McSwagger, then went on to win the Prairie Mile down at Prairie Meadows. He's being flattered by some of the horses, both that have defeated him and that he's beaten, and last time he beat that field by over 7 lengths. Now, that was Minnesota breds, but like you said, KZ Bay, they are capable of pulling that off. And with the way things are going today towards the front end, I think they should be quite happy with the amount of speed on the inside that they have with Sushi Man.
A horse that might, Angela, get lost in the wagering is a horse we both have in our top 4, and that's number 2, Seahorse Stampede. Both the horses to left and right are likely going to flash that patented early speed. That rail is going to be right there for Vergara to go. Sit inside, let the front runners do what they always seem to do. I think Seahorse Stampede at 6, 7, 8-1 is a wonderful option in any type of bet, but especially if people here are going to do exactas and trifectas.
And he can be forgiven for his last start. That was on the dirt at Prairie Meadows. Now he's going back to the turf where he had started his first 3 career starts, and he ran much better on that surface. I mean, 2 back, he actually faced off with the 7 horse in this spot, and Seahorse Stampede ran past him in the stretch, would have got there with another stride or so, and the horse that beat both of them was on a winning streak and kept it going. So Seahorse Stampede loses little in defeat to him. He'll just have to prove that he can take that show on the road up here to Canterbury.
How about the 4, Smokin' Boy? This horse competed in the Florida Derby against a horse that I fancy named Sovereignty.
Oh, boy.
So, yeah, that's pretty cool.
Song. That is.
Oh, but really,
cool.
we have a Florida Derby horse. And by the way, the gray, the 4 that we're watching right now in the paddock here, looks spectacular.
Yes, he does, but Smokin' Boy came from Puerto Rico with some high hopes to him. I don't think he quite panned out to what they thought he was going to be, but he could very well be a good turf horse too, because this is going to be his first try over it. Tried to do that in Indiana. That scratched down to a 4-horse race, and he won it very gamely. It's just that they were kind of coming home in slow motion. I know it was a deep, tiring sort of track that day, but I do question Smokin' Boy on the turf. 7-1 would give me enough reason to try it, but I thought he might be a little bit lower than that on the board.
Well, how about Innately Good? He gets into the second rendition. If you're a trip handicapper and you went to our website and watched that replay, this horse had significant trouble last time. I see potential here. I don't know if the horse can win. It's deep waters, but I think the horse can hit the ticket.
Well, and certainly you would want to see a Gallardo maybe put him into the race a little bit more early, just the way things have gone so far. It's been easier to be towards the front end. And Innately Good has shown some speed at times to keep himself in the race. If you go back to that race in April, maybe he will be closer, and that could definitely put him in line for a piece at a price. But you get an even better one on R&R Audible next door.
Yeah, this horse has tried the turf only one time. It was down at Tampa. Didn't show a lot that day, but off a really impressive win on the dirt. I like the confidence they're showing in Tim Badilla already in the winner's circle for our earlier stakes race. I think Ben Donner, the 7 with Carlo Lopez, is yet another fringe player that looks good in the paddock, is being ignored, and I think, again, has a chance to be a part of the exotics.
You can't help but see upside with both him and Homie with 2 and 3 starts to them. He moves really nicely over the turf, and he wasn't far behind Seahorse Stampede. If you like Seahorse Stampede, you got to give this horse a second look just because he has every right to keep moving forward with so little experience and an outside post to stay clear.
Well, we think the 1 and 3 are going to use their speed to get in position. Our horse, we both like the 8 Canyon Streak, tested at Lone Star and Sam Houston. I don't mind the way the horse looks. I don't see anything crazy good. But what I like about this horse in this heat, very under control, Angela.
Yes, and he looks like he's very much alert, but he's controlled. And I think that he has good energy, and I think that'll serve him well to maybe get over and save a little bit of ground because he does have some speed to keep himself close. Now, if he can maybe get down to the 2 or 3 path, that I think would put him in a good position to overtake everybody coming for home that might be setting the pace. We'll see what he has to bring to the table here, but he has run well on all kinds of surfaces so far.
Another great stakes race with all kinds of carryovers into tomorrow. Will the upsets continue? We have yet to see a favorite hit the winner's circle. It is the $50,000 Canterbury Derby, 1 mile on now a firm turf course. The horses have left the paddock. Soon they'll meet the bugler. We'll get the call to the post. Enjoy another stakes race right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
Ladies and gentlemen, Canterbury Park is proud to present the 14th running of the Canterbury Derby, and here they are. Number 1 is Minnesotan Sushi Man with Harry Hernandez, racing for One Bid Stable and trainer Cody Rosine. Number 2, Seahorse Stampede. This one is started by Southern California Equine Stables, trained by Dan McFarland. Daniel Vergara has the call. Number 3 is Homie, ridden by Canterbury's 2017 leading rider, Jareth Loveberry. Homie is owned by Patricia's Hope and trained by Larry Ravelli. Cheryl Weinbaugh trains number 4, Smokin' Boy, for Lighthouse Racing and jockey Victor Santiago. Eduardo Gallardo is astride number 5, Innately Good. The owners, Brant Lau and Osteogen LLC. Nick Goodwin trains. Trainer Tim Padilla and jockey Alonso Quinones trying to go back-to-back in stakes races. They have R&R Audible. This one is owned by Mike Hellendrung and Courtney and Tim Padilla. George Tadaro owns number 7, Ben Donner, for trainer Wade Rarick, Carlo Lopez in the irons. And number 8 is Canyon Streak, owned by Jeff Kerber. The trainer, Gary Shearer. Canyon Streak is ridden by Constantino Roman. 8 go to the gate for the 2025 Canterbury Derby. It's 5 minutes from now. 2 minutes to Derby time. Let's cap it with Angela and Kevin.
Well, turf racing, Paul, is all about saving energy and saving ground. And Angela, we both land on the 8 because we believe both the 3, Homie and Loveberry, and the Minnesota bred inside the Sushi Man are going to crackle-lackle early. If either one gets loose, the board tells a story. They're likely going to win. I think our 8 trips out. I think Canyon Streak sits just off and can pounce.
I would hope for that sort of trip. And in an ideal world, the 1 and 3 do take the starch out of each other. But as we saw earlier with Drama Chorus, if you leave any of these classy horses alone on the front end, it gets exponentially harder to beat them. I'll be very curious to see if the tactics of anyone else, if they want to go try to engage the pace. Anyone that tries to take those 2 on is going to have their work cut out for them, but they're going to be a big price.
Sushi Man just hit the main the turf course, and our TV crew does an awesome job of following them warming up. Sushi Man has warmed up very, very well. In talking with Jareth Loveberry a couple hours ago, he felt his horse was a contender, but he felt his horse needed to get the trip. If you're Loveberry, you've got to kind of concede that the inside horse might have to go, and you can maybe try to sit just off, but with Ravelli horses, they tend to show speed. I've watched him warming up, very relaxed out here.
I wouldn't be surprised if Homie off the layoff is a little bit fresh to go, and maybe making Sushi Man make the hard decisions instead of him might be the way to go. Either way, I think it's going to force it into a decent pace, and Canyon Streak might be the benefactor at a very square 9-2.
It's been an unbelievable night, race fans. We have seen nothing but upsets. Both these favorites are worthy, but Angela and I both think the streak continues, PA. We're on Canyon Streak to press and pounce. It's the Canterbury Derby. You get to call it. Let's have some fun.
All righty now. They're at the gate for the Canterbury Derby. And they move in line. Homie, 2 for 2 at Horseshoe. BA's track, unseen since September, 9-5. The Canterbury Derby first was won in 2012 by Hammer's Tear. In fact, jockey Laurie Keith went back-to-back, Hammer's Tear and Dorset. Let's see what happens here. And they're racing in the Canterbury Derby, and another perfect start executed. And it's Sushi Man. Sushi Man at 1-2 blazes off to the early lead. Homie is sharp off the layoff and is a length and a half behind. After that, RNR Audible, a long shot on a long shot laden Saturday at Canterbury Park is close, just about 3 lengths behind Sushi Man, and Sushi Man quite tasty, opening up by 3 as they corner. After that, we have Smokin' Bay in the turf debut. That's the gray next to the rail, 7 lengths out of it, and now joined by Ben and Donner. Ben and Donner's between runners and to the inside of Canyon Streak. Ben and Donner now about 9 lengths from the lead, and the one in last is Seahorse Stampede. They stampede into the far turn in the 14th Canterbury Derby, and they're chasing the leading man, Harry, riding Sushi Man, who leads it by 2. Homie is in second, about the same distance clear from Seahorse Stampede. Check that, Seahorse Stampede is in last. The one is Smokin' Boy to the inside in the turf debut, and now being pushed on as Sushi Man is showing no signs of stopping, opening up by 5. It's Sushi Man from Homie off the layoff. After that, RNR Audible. Outside of that is Canyon Streak. It is Sushi Man tearing away, and Sushi Man is gone. He wins the Canterbury Derby under a triple hammerlock. Number 1, Sushi Man. Number 1 in the Canterbury Derby. First favorite to win tonight. 7 into it. First favorite to win. Photography required for the rest. Stand by. The numbers 1, 3, 5, 8. Seventh race, official. The 8th race is the Saturday penultimate. It also is the Lady Canterbury Stakes. Scratch number 2, Angela's Party Girl. Post time for the 8th race, about 22 minutes from now. Here come the Canterbury Derby champions, Minnesotan Sushi Man and Harry Hernandez. Sushi Man is owned by One Bid Stable and the winning trainer, Cody Rosine. 2 in a row for Sushi Man, a 3-year-old brown gelding by the Aussie Astern from the British mare, Kitty Boo. The winning owners, One Bid Stable bred Sushi Man. Canterbury Park welcomes to the winner's circle our chairman, Randall Sampson. Oh, Randall, as the trophy presentation to the winning connections of the 2025 Canterbury Derby. Harry Hernandez is in the winner's enclosure, baby in tow, with Angela Herman.
Yes, it is a family affair out here at the track, and we have Harry Hernandez in the winner's circle after a big effort by Sushi Man. Now, you rode him in his maiden victory, and it looked a lot like today. Tell us more about it.
Well, the day in his maiden, he broke sharp. When he took the lead, he kind of was running a little away from me, but I knew I had him on me. But today, when he relaxed, the way he relaxed today helped me so much. And it's like I told Cody, like in the 3As, he switched leads and he just took off on his own. And the way he took off, I just didn't have to look back. I knew how fast he was going, and we weren't even in the stretch. And when I asked him in the stretch, he gave me another gear. He did amazing.
I mean, did you realize you were that far in front in the stretch? I mean, he was just cruising along, but
Honestly, I had to look at the TV. That's when I noticed I had to win.
well, that was an awesome effort by him. Great ride by you. What do you think? That was pretty cool, huh? Watching Dad win?
High five.
Yeah, high five. Give him a high five. Yeah, there we go. Victory for Sushi Man. Victory for Harry Hernandez. Congratulations. And congratulations to One Fit Stables with their big win in the Derby with Sushi Man.
Thank you. Appreciate it, everybody.
And they're racing in the Canterbury Derby, and another perfect start executed. And it's Sushi Man. Sushi Man at 1-2 blazes off to the early lead. Homie is sharp off the layoff and is a length and a half behind. After that, RNR Audible, a long shot on a long shot laden Saturday at Canterbury Park, is close, just about 3 lengths behind Sushi Man. And Sushi Man quite tasty, opening up by 3 as they corner. After that, we have Smokin' Bay in the turf debut. That's the gray next to the rail, 7 lengths out of it, and now joined by Ben and Donner. Ben and Donner's between runners and to the inside of Canyon Streak. Ben and Donner now about 9 lengths from the lead, and the one in last is Seahorse Stampede. They stampede into the far turn in the 14th Canterbury Derby, and they're chasing the leading man, Harry, riding Sushi Man, who leads it by 2. Homie is in second, about the same distance clear from Seahorse Stampede. Check that, Seahorse Stampede is in last. The one is Smokin' Boy to the inside in the turf debut, and now being pushed on as Sushi Man is showing no signs of stopping, opening up by 5. It's Sushi Man from Homie off the layoff. After that, RNR Audible. Outside of that is Canyon Streak. It is Sushi Man tearing away, and Sushi Man is gone. He wins the Canterbury Derby under a triple hammerlock. The Lady Canterbury is Canterbury Park racing immortality all the way back to Hall of Fame jockey Chris McCarron, winning it back in the Downs days aboard Sauna to whatever's going to happen today on an upset-laden Saturday. Let's handicap the Lady C with Angela and Kevin.
Yeah, PA, for all of us in the press box, this is one of those race dates we circle every year, Angela. Lady Canterbury, it's a sentimental race for all of us. Here in Shakopee, we've seen some unbelievable winners over the years, and you look at this field, and it's worthy of one of the staples at Canterbury. This field is deep, it's talented, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to bet it and handicap it and hopefully find a winner.
And there was an interesting addition, and there were some subtractions from the original draw of the Lady C. And my opinion on top didn't change, but using some different horses underneath, this isn't a bad exacta or trifecta race to me, because I'm going to try to beat the morning line favorite, and she's going to be double tough in this spot. I get that. But why don't we start on the inside? We'll start with Paul Allen and Jeff Madey's selection, Queen Judith, because she comes up from Chicago. Larry Ravelli enters her, and she stayed in the group after she was entered before, but the horse that beat her last time, Cat Attack, did not end up coming up to Minnesota. Do you think this filly will have enough speed to set up her late kick, or do you think we might find her a little bit closer today?
I think they're going to have to move a little earlier. They're with the scratch of the two, the Party Girl. The pace I don't think will be quite as crazy. There's no question what's going to happen early. If things break the way they're supposed to, Thunder's Rock and Roll is going to be winging it. I see the favorite, Cupid's Crush, not far behind. But this Queen Judith horse, the turf race is in Chicago, and you and I have talked about this before. Those are some salty, salty turf races. And that effort last time out visually was very impressive. So I trust Loveberry. He's going to get a good trip inside. He's going to save every inch of ground. I think she can win. But I don't like the price right now. I'm not nibbling at 5-2. I respect Madey and Paul Allen's pick, but I don't think the price is worthy of what it's going to take to beat the next horse in line. Cupid's Crush has never lost here. She's 4 for 4, Angela.
I get that, and I understand that, and I definitely respect her ability. It's just the fact that we haven't seen her since March, and she was sprinting the last time we saw her. I don't think that it's not that she can't win this race. Not saying that at all. I'm saying if you're going to try to take a shot against her at Canterbury, especially on Canterbury turf, this is the kind of spot to do it, because you're just not going to catch her with many vulnerabilities, but one of them could be a layoff. And that's a stretch. It's Cupid's Crush, but I'm going to try with Retired Kathy.
It might just be Pete Matson's world, and we're all just passing through. Every time I see a horse in a stakes race with Pete Matson's name on it, I think the horse has a big shot, and I know you agree. This is a very good-looking horse in the paddock, Retired Kathy.
And she's taking the heat a little bit better than some of her competition has, well, not in this race, but earlier in the day, you saw horses getting very warm. Retired Kathy is handling herself very well, and she makes a good impression in trying to get 3 in a row. We saw her make some great late rallies last year, but this year, she took a field wire to wire at Tampa. She won a sprint stake on the dirt last time. It just seems like she's grown up and got better, and some of these have already reached their peak. I don't know if she has. We'll find out if she can take another step forward back on one of her favorite courses to run.
5 is taking money. I don't see it. 20-1 morning line down to 7-1. No disrespect, but this horse is really going to have to improve to compete here. I love that the horse is taking money. 6 is the speedball. Thunder's Rock and Roll. And Ange, we just saw it. If you get loose on this turf and nobody goes out to pressure you and you can slow things down, it's possible, and this horse absolutely can win.
Well, and she wired this field last year when the race got taken off the turf and put to the main track. That's her main weapon, and if, again, somebody gets loose, and we've seen that a couple of times tonight, you can't leave a nice horse like her alone on the front end or you will pay. Your selection right next door to her queen.
Yeah, she looks great. And I love that she comes right off the bench with all those workouts. The Q is aboard. I think she gets a really, really good trip from 3 or 4 lengths back. I like her a lot. Beau Draw is the 8 with Leslie Mowing. Big price on the board at double digits. How about good old Gypsy Reward on the outside? Ange, I know you've always liked this horse.
I am a fan of her, and I'm a fan of her tonight, actually, over her stablemate. Looks like she's been training well. She looks good going out to the track. She's another one that loves this turf course, and the faster they go early, the better for Miss Gypsy Reward at 17-1.
Folks, it's a Canterbury Classic. Every single summer, you look forward to this one. The $50,000 Lady Canterbury Stakes. 1 mile on that firm turf. The girls are ready to battle. They leave the paddock. We've got the call to the post. It's time to put your money at the windows and try to cash along with the winning horse. Someone runs into the history books. The Lady C coming up and coming at you next.
Here they come for the 33rd Lady Canterbury Stakes. Number 1 is Queen Judith, ridden by Jareth Loveberry for Sweet Pea Stable and trainer Larry Ravelli. Number 3, Minnesotan Cupid's Crush, owned by Extreme Racing and trained by Mac Robertson, Harry Hernandez astride. Chad Lindsay rides number 4, Retired Kathy, for Pete Matson and trainer David Van Winkle. Number 5 is Wesley Cook's Irish Kitten. Irish Kitten is trained by Bill Gedditz Jr. in the irons, Kelsey Haar. And Fausto da Silva rides the defending champion in this race. She is Thunder's Rock and Roll, owned by Bob Lindgren, the trainer, Wade Rarick. Number 7 is Tour Queen. Tour Queen is owned by Jason Hall Stables, Stephen Baker, and Integrity Thoroughbred Racing, the trainer, Ty Garrett. Wesley Cook has Bow Draw, number 8, trained by Bill Gedditz Jr. Bow Draw is ridden by Leslie Mowing. And Extreme Racing also has Gypsy Reward. Gypsy Reward, the Minnesotan, trained by Mac Robertson, Eduardo Gallardo astride. Those 8 go to the gate for the 33rd Lady Canterbury 5 minutes from now. 2 minutes to the Lady Canterbury. Let's handicap it with Kevin, Angela, and a special guest.
Yes, we've got in between us Miss Amber Carlisle, Senior Manager of Racing Operations here at Canterbury, and these are staple nights, and we had to wait a little while to get here, Amber, but we did the right thing last weekend for the horses, and boy, we're getting rewarded tonight.
Yeah, we had to cancel for safety of our horses and humans, but we added these races right back, and showing the great fields that we came up with tonight is a true testament to how our horse people support our program and love to be here. And we were just glad that we were able to get these races recarded so quickly.
And you have a lot of people coming in from out of town. We have to, with rescheduling, a lot has to go on behind the scenes, but you've done a great job in getting everything back together and a great crowd support for this big night. Is there anything you would want to say to the people out here and to some of the people who might be out of town and watching these races that have their horses here?
We just love all the support that everyone has for us, our horse people, our fans across the country, everyone that shows up for the races. We couldn't do it without everyone just loving Canterbury Park as much as we do.
Well, Amber, we're lucky to have you. You work 7 days a week. You guys hustle every single race day to get these fields big. And Ange, for all of us as handicappers, we're rewarded with races like this. A giant field for the Lady Canterbury. Fun race to handicap. We've had a little chance to see these horses kind of warm up. Any final thoughts on this race, Ange?
I am going to stick with retired Kathy. Nothing that I've seen in her warm-up would draw me away from that. I will say that the breeze is dying down a little bit out here, but it is cooling off a touch. So I wouldn't be surprised to maybe see a closer pack early, but maybe some horses be able to come from behind a little bit better now that it is cooling down a touch.
I acknowledge that Cupid's Crush is the horse to beat. You can tell by the betting just how wide open this is. I'm on the 7, Tour Queen. I think Tour Queen, fresh off the bench, working well, look good in the paddock, can make some late noise. Paul Allen, you've had some unbelievable race calls in the Lady Canterbury. We can't wait to hear what you and these horses have in store right now.
Can't wait to call this one, KG, with a Cupid's Crush 2-1 in favor. Thunder's Rock and Roll, the defending champion, won it last year on the main track. That one's 12-1. Jareth Loveberry, our 2017 leading rider. He's been all over the place of late, riding in Minnesota. Rode yesterday at Churchill Downs. The day before that at Horseshoe in Indiana. And he handles Queen Judith in the 33rd Lady Canterbury. 1986 back at Canterbury Downs. Sauna won this race for jockey Chris McCarron. Florent Giroux won it a couple of years ago for Jonathan Thomas and Regal Realm. Let's see who's next. It's the 2025 Lady Canterbury.
Hold on.
And they're racing. Another perfect start by starter Oscar Quitos and his staff. And it was a great start for the defending champion Thunder's Rock and Roll at 21-1 in hand and in command in the early stages. Tour Queen came out very sharp. Tour Queen 11-1, about a length and a half from the lead in second. Then the extreme runners, Cupid's Crush narrowly clear from the gray Gypsy Reward. They're about 4 lengths from a pretty hot early pace. The field separated by about 10, and back there in fifth we have Beau Draw. Beau Draw is to the outside of Irish Kitten. After that, Retired Kathy in the clear, 10 out of it. And to the outside of Queen Judith. Up the barn side they go in the 33rd Lady Canterbury. And on the lead is Thunder's Rock and Roll. Thunder's Rock and Roll by 1 from Tour Queen. After that, Cupid's Crush. Still very close, just 4 lengths from the lead. Harry Hernandez asking that 3 for run, and she's responding. Right behind her, the stablemate Gypsy Melody. She's struggling a bit, about to be joined by Queen Judith on the move. Then we come back to Irish Kitten. Outside of that, Retired Kathy needs to go, and the one in last is Beau Draw, and they come storming down the stretch of the Lady Canterbury, and with a burst, up goes Cupid's Crush. What a very impressive move from Thunder's Rock and Roll and Queen Judith, but it is Cupid's Crush. Another Minnesotan takes down a big prize. Cupid's Crush, the Lady Canterbury champion. The Lady Canterbury is official. Cupid's Crush, 240, 210, 210. Okay. Another stakes race. Another chalk all odds. Race 9 is the Saturday finale. No scratches, no rider changes. The lucky last, 22 minutes from now. This is the first Lady Canterbury victory for our leading rider, Harry Hernandez, and the third for Hall of Fame trainer Mac Robertson, the most successful trainer in the history of this racetrack. Mac first won this race in 2007 with Honor Colony, and most recently 2019 and Beach Flower. Welcome to the winner's enclosure for the 33rd Lady Canterbury. Our senior racing operations manager, Amber Carlisle. Harry got 2 of them today. This one is the Lady Canterbury champion, Cupid's Crush, ridden by our leading jockey, Harry Hernandez. The winning owners, Extreme Racing Stables. And the winning trainer, Mac Robertson. Cupid's Crush is a 5-year-old bay mare by Cupid out of Dazzling Sweetheart, bred in Minnesota by Barry Butzo and Mary and Eric Von Segern. Trophy presentation. Winning owners. Winning rider. And Carlisle. All the Hernandez babies made it for this picture. Here comes KG with the winning owners who are extremely happy.
Gotta love Extreme Racing, those cool purple and green silks. Mike and Vicki McGowan, some of the nicest people I've ever encountered in my 40 years in the game. And Vicki, I'll start with you. This horse now is 5 for 5 on this turf course. We all know how tough it is to win one race on this turf. What makes her so special, and why does she love it here in Minnesota so much?
She's got a big heart. She likes to win. She does it well.
And she does. And Mike, tonight, deep field, horses shipping in from all across the country. You guys hadn't raced in months. What were some of your concerns before the gates opened?
Yeah, I mean, long time off. But with her, I thought she was going to do well. She's always in good shape, and yeah, she killed it. What more can you ask for?
Beautiful night, beautiful win. And Vicky, I've watched you around your horses in the paddock, in the winner's circle. They're like family. And I think for people that watch the game and play the horses, I don't think they truly realize how meaningful these horses are to your family. What does Cupie, as I just saw you call her in the winner's circle, mean to you?
She's just a sweetheart. I just love her. You know, I mean, she recognizes me when I come into the barn looking for treats. She just knows me.
When you mention it, she knows you, and she knows this place. Yes. She's never lost on the Canterbury turf, and she is the 2025 Lady Canterbury Champion.
And they're racing. Another perfect start by starter Oscar Quitos and his staff, and it was a great start for the defending champion Thunder's Rock and Roll at 21-1 in hand and in command in the early stages. Tour Queen came out very sharp. Tour Queen 11-1, about a length and a half from the lead in second. Then the extreme runners, Cupid's Crush narrowly clear from the gray Gypsy Reward. They're about 4 lengths from a pretty hot early pace. The field separated by about 10, and back there in fifth we have Beau Draw. Beau Draw is to the outside of Irish Kitten. After that, Retired Kathy in the clear, 10 out of it. And to the outside of Queen Judith. Up the barn side they go in the 33rd Lady Canterbury. And on the lead is Thunder's Rock and Roll. Thunder's Rock and Roll by 1 from Tour Queen. After that, Cupid's Crush. Still very close, just 4 lengths from the lead. Harry Hernandez asking that 3 for run, and she's responding. Right behind her, the stablemate Gypsy Melody. She's struggling a bit, about to be joined by Queen Judith on the move. Then we come back to Irish Kitten. Outside of that, Retired Kathy needs to go, and the one in last is Beau Draw, and they come storming down the stretch of the Lady Canterbury, and with a burst, up goes Cupid's Crush. What a very impressive move from Thunder's Rock and Roll and Queen Judith, but it is Cupid's Crush. Another Minnesotan takes down a big prize. Cupid's Crush, the Lady Canterbury champion.
Well, we're back in the studio now to cap things off, and we're 12 minutes away from race number 9. I'm honored to be joined by Mr. Paul Allen, and we are on the same horse in this race, but we'll start quickly with the one in here, Baby Nova. You can see Baby Nova on the screen. He's one of the smallest horses I've ever seen, but he's got a lot of speed, and that rail draw should help. Leslie Mowing in tow. He has brought in some big prices on the front end this season.
No doubt, long shot Leslie. He's earned that moniker for some wins a few weeks ago. But speaking of winning, and you and I doing this close, I mean, we're both we don't have a winner tonight. I mean, it's been very difficult this evening, but nevertheless, be nice to get one here.
Right, and we're going to give that a shot with one of the Tailored for Gold horses, but the 2 is the other one, Good Grief Claude. Haven't seen him since September, and he was going a little bit longer at 6, but this horse was coming from off the pace and hasn't worked that well lately, but they're putting the blinkers on this horse. And Patrick Fields, a trainer that you know quite well. What do you think you'll get from Good Grief Claude today?
Well, you'll get a 10 of 10 effort from the trainer preparing the horse. Patrick's tender TLC with his horses is amazing, and this one coming off the layoff with the class drop, and then you get those blinkers on. I would expect some speed from this one. On an upset Saturday night, this one's 9-1. Why not?
All right, Wishing Gold, another long shot in this group. He's 12-1. This is start number 2. Start number 1 didn't end so well. He was out of gas by the turn, but of course it is a first start. Maybe he'll have more to offer today. This is a drop in class for him, and the same will go for the horse next to him. We're getting a maiden special 8 to 12.5 drop from Max Chero. Any thoughts on either one of these two? Light on experience, haven't been in Canterbury before or only been here once. Wishing Gold and Max Chero are both going to be big numbers, although Max Chero taking a little money at 9-2.
Yeah, Max Chero interests me. I picked the horse somewhere in the top 3, not to win, but trainer Joel Burnt, you know, in a situation like this, is you see the horse finishing last and getting beaten by a million, but this is a speed and fade angle here, where you show good speed, you do the dirty work for a lot of horses in the race, then you wilt off the layoff, but then you come back and work. So I've seen Joel win with horses like this before.
Very fair. And there's another speedster next door. This is Kevin's selection, Brainiac. Lots of experience. This is start number 11. He has speed. He's cutting back in distance a little bit too. Do you think that might put him over the edge for Isaiah Ortiz?
Yeah, I think sitting right off the pace is going to be very good for this one. Again, 9-1, and the one that we took little trouble. I mean, this one's on a big class drop too for trainer Mac Robertson, who's having a big night tonight. I thought this one would get a little more action than Little Trouble has received so far, but we still have 9 minutes to bet.
It's the biggest drop in racing from maiden special weights down to maiden claimers, and he didn't run that bad in that maiden special weight. He was just chasing the pace. He couldn't keep up. He was trying his best to keep up, and he kept trying at the end, but if he's just not that kind, then you have to get him into the winner's circle sooner or later. He's 4, and he's only made 3 starts. I'm with you on Little Trouble to see if he can't stay close to the front and secure a victory in start number 4. Now, Mendelssohn's Music was your morning line favorite. Currently, he is 2-1. He's a speedster. They have him to beat with Harry Hernandez. Do you think they can do it?
Yeah, Harry's going for 4. And Mendelssohn's Music, unlike some of these other speedsters, got beat but held on longer. And I think this one is the one to beat, absolutely. The 2 to the outside, 12-1 and 7-1. Again, you know, don't be shy with these trifectas or superfectas putting together some of these longer shots, because that's been the theme of the evening.
And there's the grid of selections. As you heard, Paul and I are going to stick with Little Trouble to try to round out this program with a winner in 9 minutes. All of your wagering options are win, play, show, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers in this 9th and final race of the evening. Thank you very much for being on board with us for a big night of racing at Canterbury. We had a lot of fun tonight, and we hope you did too. Remember, 3 carryovers into Sunday racing. That'll all kick off a little after 1 in the afternoon. Thank you again, and good night.
Into the post parade for the 9th and final live race. They take off in 6 minutes. They're at the gate. It's race time for the 9th and final Lady Canterbury Saturday at CBY. One out. Lake of Fire. 10-1. Nine in a line. And they're racing. All came out of the gate speedily. Little Trouble on the big class drop. Wins the start and shows early speed. After that, we have Max Chero. Max Chero a close second and to the inside of Mendelssohn's Music. After that, we have the gray Baby Nova to the inside, about 5 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Lake of Fire. Advancing past them is Brainiac. Then we come back to Fully Funded, who is third last. Good Grief, Claude second last, and the one at the rear is Wishing Gold. Well strung out as they approach the top of the stretch, and we have a two-headed pace battle, and on the inside it is Max Chero. Max Chero to the inside of Little Trouble. Then behind them, Mendelssohn's Music to the outside of Brainiac. They're into the final furlong, and up goes Little Trouble, leading it by a head, grinding away from Max Chero, and behind them, Mendelssohn's Music. Little Trouble may be in big trouble if he doesn't keep going, but he's too good, and Little Trouble prevails. Number 6, Little Trouble, first. 6'4", 5'9", and 105.53. And the 9th is official. Into the winner's circle, Little Trouble and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning trainer, Mac Robertson, and the winning owner, Joy Gora, and Tailored for Gold Stables. Now, ladies and gentlemen, 3 carryovers tomorrow in unprecedented Canterbury fashion. We have 2 Pick 4 carryovers and a Pick 5 carryover of nearly $30,000. Grab your handicapping materials before you leave and join us tomorrow for a carryover-centric Pepsi Family Day at Canterbury Park. It begins at 1 o'clock. On behalf of our management team, those in our television department, and for all of us here in the Dark Star Press Box, thank you very much for watching and wagering on Racing from Canterbury Park. And if you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And they're racing. All came out of the gate speedily. Little Trouble on the big class drop. Wins the start and shows early speed. After that, we have Max Chero. Max Chero a close second and to the inside of Mendelssohn's Music. After that, we have the gray Baby Nova to the inside, about 5 lengths from the lead, and to the inside of Lake of Fire. Advancing past them is Brainiac. Then we come back to Fully Funded, who is third last. Good Grief, Claude second last, and the one at the rear is Wishing Gold. Well strung out as they approach the top of the stretch, and we have a 2-headed pace battle, and on the inside it is Max Chero. Max Chero to the inside of Little Trouble. Then behind them, Mendelssohn's Music to the outside of Brainiac. They're into the final furlong, and up goes Little Trouble, leading it by a head, grinding away from Max Chero, and behind them, Mendelssohn's Music. Little Trouble may be in big trouble if he doesn't keep going, but he's too good, and Little Trouble prevails. Racing.